a squirrel doing? It's licking right there. I wonder what's over there that he's licking. What you got there, Mr. Squirrel? Must be some spill of something sweet or salty, I guess. So happy Sunday morning to the none of you here. And for the first time in a few days, what are they yelling about? Oh, I think they missed that guy's house or something. Yep, it's the neighbors. Anyhow, last night in the middle of the night, I got up and I watched a little TV, but I also took an olanzapine and I went back to bed, got a lot more good sleep. I feel pretty rested. And I got up and I took a couple Wellbutrins. Which, you know, is not like my favorite med or anything, but I wanted to feel a little motivated today. And the Wellbutrin can get me feeling a little motivated sometimes. I was thinking it would be great if I could make substantial progress on the harvesting and manicuring, which is not that much left, you know, it's just I've been dragging my feet. So, I feel pretty good today. I feel pretty good from whenever I got up really. Hi, Acacia. I will settle an argument for you, sure. Yeah, me too. You know, there's the weirdly thin line between on top of stuff and just in full blast slug mode. It is Sunday, you know. Is it gay for me to recognize that George Michael was attractive? No. Just wrong. I don't think George Michael was attractive. Like, we're talking about which men are attractive. Like, Shohei Ohtani is an attractive man. Clearly more attractive than, say, Yamamoto or Rocky Sasaki. I mean, Roki Sasaki, not Rocky Sasaki. Just to differentiate between like the three Japanese players on the Dodgers team. No, I did resolve the question of whether it's gay. The answer is no. Whether it's correct, that's a separate question. Boy, was last night's baseball game a real treat. A real treat, I tell you.
And they're like, ooh, that is not good. Don't worry, South Africa won big. They pat him on the head. They're like, don't worry.
No, you could just be. You could be even the. If it turns out that you're right about it, then that makes you more gay. But if it turns out you're wrong about it, it makes you less gay. So you got to think about it like that. Okay, so let me bring up the chat on the big screen, and I'm gonna just start doing stuff. I'm gonna start cutting some branches, bringing them in here, and trying to make some more progress on this. Hi, Jeremiah Fix. What's the motivation for the assessment? Well, to be correct. That's the only motivation you ever need to assess anything. To be correct. No, I didn't think of that. No, Sage, and I think where you're going here is right. We're both totally gay. I pooped twice this morning. I feel like I have another poop in my butt. No, there's not an objective measure of attraction. I'm just joking around. I'm just making comedy jokes with my hilarity. Hi, Rachel. Good morning, my beautiful darling. I took one of your olanzapines last night, FYI. Like at 3 in the morning or something. Got up, watched like an hour of TV, went back to bed. All right, let's get some branches. I get some of these branches from over here. This seems like the least harvested thing. All right, I guess that'll start. That's a start. If I could just kind of pick my way through getting all of this done today, that would be a real sense of accomplishment. Hello, A Witness. How are you? Oh, dead mouse. There's a dead mouse right there. You got stepped on too or something. You see it? It's right there. Trouble, don't go around the dead mouse. When it comes to dead mice, I normally flush them down the toilet, but I guess I just throw this one outside. Alright, good. One fewer dead mouse in the house. How many dead mice are there in here that I'm unaware of? Probably many. Things don't really rot in here that much because it's pretty cool. So it's hard to smell it if there's something dead. But I bet you there's like a dead mouse behind the stove and probably a dead mouse behind the refrigerator. Because the cats injure them and then they get away, but um, but they're not very good about making sure that they kill and take back outside the mouse that they brought inside. I wish they didn't do that, but cats are going to be cats, I guess. I feel bad for the mice. Maybe I'm being an overly sensitive Overton or something, but I don't know. I just don't like the senseless killing. Okay, I'm back with my branches. I think I'm going to go a little hog wild today. How do you feel about bifurcation with race realism? Race realism is just a euphemism for stupid groupist nonsense. It's not a real thing. It's like, on those California ads saying Prop 50 is going to protect reproductive rights. Reproductive rights are not under any threat from anybody. It's legal access to abortion is a state specific issue, and California can't impact other states' laws about that. It's ridiculous. So if people would just use words honestly, it would be amazing. I'd be so stoked if people would just use words honestly. But, I guess that's too much to ask. I make some of these branches smaller so they fit in the box better. There. Hey, Manny John. Abortions are needed only if the woman wants it. Well, I think the correct way to write that sentence would be abortions are wanted only if the woman wants it. you you've changed verbs there for some reason. But that's me. I'm a bit of a believer in using language correctly. Other people, not so much. Right. But that's not true. Abortions might be wanted if the man wants it, but he might not get his wish. So that's why it's nice to use words to mean what they mean sometimes. So that we avoid being wrong. You could say abortions are needed when the woman's life's at risk, I suppose. Winston's mom makes an excellent point. If you're going to be annoyed by system inconsistencies, you're going to spend all of your life being annoyed. I just get annoyed by wrongness when it's put right in front of me and I have to correct. And the thing is, I'm not even annoyed by wrongness or having to correct. I'm annoyed by the difficulty I have in getting people to understand and accept what I'm saying is correct. That's the challenge. Yeah, it's legal. I got 9 plants, and you're allowed 5 per adult in the house. And we've got 2 adults in the house, so that's one beneath the legal limit. Obviously, this is not my favorite task in the world. It's very laborious. But that's farming. People think, oh, farming, you just grow some plants and you sell the produce or you eat it, depending if you're subsistence. I'm like a subsistence weed grower. I don't sell any of it, I just eat it. I mean, smoke it. um, but it's a lot of work. You gotta baby these crops for the duration of their growing cycle, fertilize the right times, be very consistent about watering every day. When we went to Vegas, I had to ask the neighbor to come water my plants for me. How long did it take you to grow such prosperous plants? Well, I planted them in the spring and took care of them all summer, and now they've made it to harvest time. Because there is a season. Turn, turn, turn. There's a time for planting and a time for reaping. All right, that one's fine. The thing is, I'm not sure if I'm gonna get everything that's left out on the plants actually manicured properly or anything, but I just try plugging away today. I think I'll have a third Wellbutrin. Give me a little bit of extra boost. But the other thing I might do today, very much possibility. Um, I'm not. I'm not 100% sure it's what I want to do today, but I might take mushrooms today. I don't. I normally like to take mushrooms when I have Adderall, so I can take them together. But I've not tried taking mushrooms and Wellbutrin together, so I thought I might give that a shot, see how it plays. It might make me. It might do. In the ideal, in the ideal understanding of it, taking Wellbutrin before I take mushrooms would have the positive impacts of Adderall when taking mushrooms, namely, it counteracts the SI stuff, the overly serotonin stuff, and feeling of disruption and such. But it wouldn't have the same manic qualities that Adderall has, which is fun. It's a fun way to do mushrooms, but probably not necessarily the best way to do mushrooms. I'm not sure. Anyway, mushrooms are always a wonderful spiritual reset for me. Almost always. It helps me to put things in perspective and recognize that, okay, yes, there's things to stress about, but on some level, You give up some of the joy of life when you spend a lot of your time stressing. One of my favorite things to do is philosophy playfully. That's a good way to philosophy. I mean, there are not genetic differences between races. Do I need to read Jones A to you again? I can do that if you'd like. There are many more, there's much more diversity within races than there is between them, genetically. And one of the many reasons why race doesn't exist. It's not a real thing. Oh, it's a social construct. No, what that's just saying is, I say race isn't real. It's bullshit. It's make believe. To go, but it's make believe though, so it's still real. No, it's make believe. It's just some bullshit notion that some people came up with to justify rights violations against some people who had visible differences. So it's important to remember that. Don't play into that notion at all. What a boring job. Right. To say there are genetic differences between races is to acknowledge that races are an actual distinction. It's fundamentally flawed. You cannot get around that. There's no escaping that reality. And the other thing to remember is that no good thing ever comes from a racial identification. Nothing at all. Whether it's you're proud of your race or you hate someone else's race or whatever, no good things have ever come from a racial identification because no individual can possibly ever be understood, reduced, or in any meaningful way um, described using the ridiculous notion of race. I mean, it's true, a witness, that people are half physical, half metaphysical, which is to say, we are machines that are essentially meaning making and processing machines that link our concrete, meaningless experience to our continuity of identities across time by retaining information about those experiences, making meaning about them, and linking it to our other meanings. Now, for some types who don't have a good relationship with meaning, then you'll see them being very abusive of language and meaning. But on the other hand, for those of us who have a terrible time with sensory stuff, you'll see someone who's, you know, unreliable, uh, not good at getting things done, who struggles with the grown up parts of life. So it's not like either side has an inherent advantage, but it's going to be more irritating to me when I'm dealing with people who have a bad relationship with meanings because having a good relationship with meanings allows you to comprehend your own deficits in a way that having a bad relationship with meanings doesn't. Tiring. Let's take a break. It's not that it's very arbitrary, it's that it doesn't mean anything. All right, I'll read the card for you. Scientists have certainly, this is Jones 2015C, scientists have certainly tried to prove that there are different races, and it's all been disproven. It's bunked. Today, we even understand that there is more genetic diversity within the so called races than between them. In the United States, the sickle cell gene is more common among African Americans and other populations, but it is not a racial gene. The genetic variation that causes it is also found in parts of South Asia, Southern Europe, and the Middle East, and it is only found in some parts of Africa. When we turn to the category black, Africa has hundreds, if not thousands, of linguistically, culturally, politically, and historically distinct populations. Africa is home to the shortest and the tallest people of the world. Other traits vary significantly, including skin color, facial traits, nose, eye shape, overall body shape, even the frequency of sickle cell and lactose intolerance. The problem with Americans' folksy way of describing who's who based on skin color is that skin color is not a discrete trait. That should resolve all matters on the issue. What I just read there, people don't believe me when I say it, but when I quote somebody else saying it, they're much more likely to believe me. Give this man a firearm. America is a show. I already have a firearm. I just don't have it with me at the moment, obviously. But I don't need a firearm. I don't need more than one. I don't really even need one, but I have one. It's just kind of like, depending on where you live and the circumstances, and I live out in the woods and stuff, it's just being a responsible man is to have a firearm to some extent. I'm comfortable being an irresponsible man, but I just happen to have a firearm. Yeah, I live in the woods. Forest, trees, birds, animals, stuff like that. I have to shoo away bears. Not that I'd ever shoot a bear, but if a bear was somehow like trying to maul Rachel or something, then sure I'd shoot it. But bears around here are pretty timid. They don't really want to mess with people. I don't anticipate ever having to shoot anything with my firearm. But I also don't expect to ever have to use the fire hoses I have at this house. That doesn't mean it's not a good idea to have them. Where did humans come from and why are we here? I have no idea. Nobody does. It's not evolution, that's for sure. Only people who don't understand what qualifies as adequate determination of things, what justifies knowledge, etc. Those only people like that think they have an answer to that question. And it's important to remember that there's nothing godly about irrationality. You know, okay, well, you're not living God's will, a witness. You're bugging me and everybody else and making everybody feel bad about Christianity. So fuck off. I mean, if you were the representative of Christianity, everybody in the world should go be any other religion. Because you're the absolute worst Christian I've ever encountered. You don't believe in actual Christian values of things like equality and respect. You just believe in Steve. You're already a proven liar too. You know? You proved how willing you are to violate any of God's laws as long as it protects your little hidden fucking bullshit understanding of things. Lie and present yourself as somebody else, and then try to continue to present yourself as a voice of God's will. What an asswipe. I mean, how fucking dumb and just shitty could you possibly be? You're probably just a troll. She just hide you at this point. If you're still trying to tell me about God after lying last night, I mean, you need to fucking check yourself, dude. You're just a liar. I mean, and I'm not one to condemn and judge people for mistakes and stuff, but lying is not a mistake. It's like a word crime, right? You do it on purpose. Meanwhile, you haven't been able to point to any sin that I'm committing, but you still want to judge me. Fucking cure yourself, doctor. You scumbag. Lying scumbag. I really don't like liars. And you have lost all credibility when you proved yourself one last night. Bear witness. So nobody should listen to a single word you say. You're willing to lie at any moment to try to convince people what you think is right, and you're not even referencing with anything but your own fucking ass. You don't even have any cause to conclude that anything I'm doing is contrary to God's will. Nothing I'm doing is sinful, unlike what you're doing. So, this is your come to Jesus moment, a witness. It's time for you to get your fucking head out of your stupid fucking ass and learn something. But most of all, whatever you're going to say next, remember, nobody's going to believe what you said. You're a proven liar. And that's one to grow on. You can't pretend to be all like godly and Christian and then be perfectly comfortable lying your ass off in order to try to convince me that other people agree with you. What a scumbag. Pretending, hiding behind his Christianity. I don't even believe you are Christian, dude. You're just a troll. Otherwise, you wouldn't be such a liar. Oh, he came in last night after I timed him out, pretending to be a totally different person and responding to his own chats. Until I pointed out, if he really had just arrived and was responding to chats that were already there, they were no longer there because I had timed him out, so they were all deleted, but he didn't know that. So he just bumblefucked his way into revealing what a liar he is. No, Manu John amuses me. Manu John's not lying. Manu John has a ESFP relationship with the truth. He just doesn't understand. A witness is the liar. Pascal's wager is a terrible notion. Because, of course, you could say, well, I don't know for sure that there's not a magical being of some sort making sure that I don't leave my shoes untied for more than 5 minutes. So because I don't know for sure that that's not going to be the adjudication metric for my eternal well-being, I should just default to assuming that I need to keep my shoes tied within 5 minutes or else I'm going to hell. That's a terrible reasoning, right? It's just incredibly dumb. Pascal is supposed to be a smart guy, right? But it's just so dumb. I can't even conceive how to explain how dumb it is. All you need to do is have a little bit of an analogical reasoning to see how idiotic that is. Plus, it's utilitarian. You're not supposed to have a relationship with God that's based on the, the rewards or punishments you're going to get. That's just, it's like being a little child, and not understanding how adults think. Oh, good. I'm glad somebody timed out Steve. Steve has faith in himself, not in God or the Bible. That's why he's convinced he knows things that are wrong that I'm doing, even though there's no reference of that in the Bible whatsoever. He's willing to stretch anything to mean whatever he wants it to mean, because he's a liar. I don't think Steve even realized how badly he fucked up when I caught him lying last night. He was like, you caught me. Yeah, well, there goes all of your credibility forever. It's not a matter of nice, it's accurate, right? You've lost all of your credibility because you're a liar. It's not nice or mean, it's just an accurate description of things. Not nice to call you a liar. It's wicked to lie. It may not be nice to call you out on it, but it is wicked to lie. I'm not condemning or forgiving you. I'm just saying you no longer have any credibility because you're a proven liar. And especially when you're lying in defense of your magical thinking frame, claiming that you're the most Christian and others need to be Christian like you, and you're lying while you're doing it, you lose all credibility forever. Obviously, nobody's gonna take anything you say seriously. It doesn't matter if you apologize. You could lie to me again right now and then apologize later, right? I'm not forgiving you. I'm telling you the natural consequence of you proving yourself a liar. It means you lose credibility. Nobody should believe you. Do you get that? Right? It's not a matter of forgiveness or not. It's a matter of you lacking character and impacting our perceptions of you. And of course, the great irony is you claim to represent godliness, which just makes you just the most horrific kind of hypocrite. But I'm still not condemning you. I just acknowledge that what this means for all of us going forward is that your words are just blah, 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 blah. They don't mean anything. Oh, you were kidding around now. That doesn't sound like taking responsibility, does it? That sounds like more lying on your part. That's not too harsh. When you are claiming to be the moralist with the clear version of morality, and that's your whole line of argumentation the whole time you're here, and then I catch you lying, I mean, you've lost it, right? You're gone. You're done. You have nothing else to say. You have no other words you can say except, "You're right. I'm a liar. I need to go back to morality school." It's the only thing you have to say. I don't know. I can't believe I was so arrogant as to come in here and try to tell you what was moral, Eric, when I don't even respect morality at all. That's the only thing you have to say. So, if you still want to keep coming around here, understand that everything you say that is slightly religious or whatever, I will remove it or time you out because I don't want you lying about God. Now that I know you're not just wrong about it, but lying about it, then fuck you. I put up with fundamentalist Christians and their kind of rhetoric a lot, right? But once I find out they're just lying hypocrites, then we're done. Then we're done. So you're a lying hypocrite, so fuck off, you know? Thank you, Acacia. Appreciate it. No, good job. I appreciate it. I don't even want to engage with this guy anymore. Nothing he says can be taken seriously. Not that anything he ever said could be taken seriously, because he's obviously just, projecting his own insecurity. But that's just human frailty, right? Projecting your own insecurity is just human frailty. Willfully lying when you're trying to claim to be Christian of the century, I mean, you just cut your own legs off. I'm not seeking forgiveness for timing you out. It's not me timing you out. It's you timing yourself out. These are the natural consequences of your own bad behavior. Just like if I go up to some stranger and push him and slap him and he punches me in the face, I have nothing to forgive, right? He didn't do anything wrong. I did. That's the situation with you. You did something wrong. No, you just act like it. You never claimed that. That's true. You see how I listen to you and respond on point and accurately? You never claimed that. That's true. You just act like it. You just act like you believe it to be the case. That your wisdom about God is better than God's or the Bible's or anybody else's. It's just whatever Steve thinks. So obviously, I don't need to endure ongoing ontological assault from you, no matter how invulnerable I am to it, if I know you're just a lying hypocrite instead of just wrong. If you're just wrong, then there's at least some possibility you'll at some point hear one or two of my words and learn something. But since you're a liar, there's nothing to learn. You're just a troll. I'm not forgiving you. I didn't not forgive you, right? So, like when we let somebody out of jail because they served their term, maybe they let them out early and they go on probation. It doesn't mean they're not forgiven. It means they're incurring the natural consequences of their bad behavior, just like you are. Do you understand that? Or if you can't understand that, then you don't even belong anywhere around the channel. If you cannot understand that consequences are separate from forgiveness, then you don't belong around here. You're just an annoyance, and that's all. I mean, I don't think you belong around here because you're a liar. And it's one thing to tell lies like, oh, I won $100 on a scratcher today, when really you won 75 or something. That would be a lie and bad. But when you're lying in the frame of being the moralist who knows what's best, then you are absolutely horrible. How are you reacting to my daughter brought home a black? I react to the individual person that my daughter is with. Some of them I like, some of them I haven't liked. None of those circumstances did it have anything to do with race. I could tell how it makes me feel. I think I have. It makes me feel frustrated because his words, I do him the courtesy of reading and responding to them, but he never does not listen to or respond to any of my words. So obviously he's got some sort of pathology that prevents him from engaging honestly with people. I'm sure I'm rusty on the guitar too. It's been a while since I I play the guitar. So I'm thinking about taking mushrooms, Rachel.
Cool. I'm gonna be.
You're gonna do those, huh?
Yeah.
All right. So I think I'm gonna actually take a third Wellbutrin first, and see if the Wellbies go well with. See if the Wellbies go well with the mushrooms. A witness seems to think that forgive means forget. I'm not going to forget that he's a liar. And, he doesn't have any liability he's incurred from that lie. It wasn't, say, false testimony against somebody else, right? So it's not like there's anything to forgive. To forgive, one forgives liability. When people incur liability, and then that liability can be forgiven. People don't forgive when what's happened is you've learned about the lack of character of somebody, right? It's not a matter of forgiveness. It's a matter of you can accept that it's a mistake, maybe, and that it's not indicative of who they are, but not in this context, right? When you catch your preacher up on the pulpit lying to you, that invalidates their legitimacy in that capacity thereafter, right? What? Because it's not like reason stuff. It's not like logic stuff where you can just evaluate the arguments on their merits and remove the person from the equation, because he's not making those kind of arguments. Indeed, his primary warrant seems to be he once did smoke pot, and then he became a born-again Christian and stopped smoking pot, and now everything's better for him. That's his actual warrant, and he's afraid that if it's not the same for me, then it'll undermine his ability to believe it or something. I don't know. It's hard for me to put myself in the mindset of something so dumb. It's been almost 2 weeks since I last took mushrooms, so my head's nice and clean. A couple of those. A couple of these. That might be enough, but I could do a little bit more. One more. That's plenty. It is biblical correctness, and not the same as lying and vague, is vague in comparison. No, he lied. It wasn't about the Bible. He wasn't wrong about the Bible. He lied directly about who he was, pretending to be somebody else when it was actually the same guy, in order to presumably convince me because other people agreed with him, which is, of course, stupid. I evaluate things on their merits, not on other people's opinions about it, because other people are so wrong all the fucking time. You know, if I hire you as a babysitter to babysit my kid and you punch my kid in the face, I might be able to forgive that, possibly. But I'm certainly never going to hire you as a babysitter again. And that's the importance of using words right, you know? He thinks the word forgive is a carte blanche absolution from the reality of what happened, right? Which is, of course, not what forgiveness means. And if he doesn't even know what the word forgiveness means, what business does he have talking about Christianity? You know, it's again trying to drive a truck in a bicycle lane. Most things in life are like bicycle lanes. They're specific for something. You know, it's like religion, faith is specific for something. It's not totalizing. The word forgiveness is specific to mean something, not whatever you feel like making it mean. Otherwise, we just destroy the efficacy of language. It might actually be a little too much. I guess I'll save this last little bit for next time. It seems like enough. I don't like the smell, but it's okay, I guess. Alright, well, here's hoping I'm mentally well enough to handle mushrooms today. I've been experiencing varying degrees of mental health stuff. But yesterday I felt a lot better, and today I feel about as normal as I felt in a long time. Granted, I took some Wellbutrins this morning. But I was feeling fine before I took them too. I just wasn't feeling very motivated. This, on the other hand, is going to motivate the hell out of me. Because nothing's more motivating than mushrooms. That's not true. There's very little less motivating than mushrooms. If you want to get something done, taking mushrooms is not the way to do it. But I'm not looking to get anything done today. The thing I'm looking to get done is mushrooms. Sure, I was thinking earlier when I took the Wellbutrin, oh, maybe I'll get a bunch of stuff done. But, you know, Wellbutrin doesn't make it fun to get stuff done. It just makes it kind of inevitable. This is gross. This is going to be so gross.
Oh, that was a big question there.
Yeah. This spoonful should be a little bit easier because maybe it's a little bit smaller. Not so bad. choked it down like Brokeback Clown. I tried mushrooms once, but I don't think they were okay. You don't think they were okay? What do you mean, like they? Like they didn't make you trip out, or? Because you're saying, well, they made me throw up. Well, that happens sometimes with mushrooms. Oh, you felt your equilibrium getting thrown off. Yeah, that's very normal for especially the come up period of mushrooms. Where did I put the bag?
You had the what bag?
The rest of the mushrooms.
You have it in your hand?
No, that was the little
Oh.
the little bag. There's the main bag. Oh, there it is. I see it. Oh, well, then you either didn't eat enough or they weren't real mushrooms. Because if you get real mushrooms, you will end up tripping. I think I'm going to pull a bong rip or two right now. Have you ever tried any other psychedelics, Hawaiian Pith? Who do you think holds the record for most timeouts? I don't know. I mean, the thing is, I'm so slow to ban that I don't think it was sugar withdrawal. No, I think the reason I had a lot of mental health issues in the aftermath of this most recent bottle of, I probably did something like that, Ananova. I don't know. I think it was I think I did close to a quarter, but not quite a quarter. Probably it was about 5 grams. That's not a hero dose for me. Like, I took a hero dose a long time ago. And this was a mistake. Because I had been eating mushrooms a lot, so I'd gotten my tolerance pretty high. But then I had like a few weeks where I didn't have any. And I got an ounce of mushrooms in Oakland, and I came back and I ate half an ounce of it. And I was also on, what do they call it? Vyvanse, which I was on briefly before going back on Adderall. Vyvanse is really expensive for one thing, and it's not as good. It'd be nice to have both. You're afraid to take acid, never come down from a trip like that? Oh, you'll come down. But if you hit it too hard, it can be quite traumatic. Lots of crying whenever I stop dextrogene. Well, I expect a certain amount of crying and weepiness. And it's not even a bad thing, really. It's like I expect to be weepy in all ways. Like, oh my God, that's so sad. And oh my God, that's so beautiful. When I'm coming down, when I'm on the kick in the amphetamines, which I do, every month for a couple of weeks, I expect that. That's distinct from depression or anxiety. Like, that's just me being a little weepy. It's like me being on my period, right? Speaking of periods, there is this anime I'm watching, and I like to watch the Swords and Dragons Isekai anime, and in this anime, they have their various party names like Hawkeye and stuff like that. One of the party's names in this anime is Lasting Period. I guess I get what they're trying to get at. They're like, we're a durable. We're gonna be here for a while. We're a durable team, but it doesn't read like that in English. Lasting period just sounds like they're forever menstruating. So I never understood that song. Mother Mary comes to me speaking words of wisdom, get a B. Why do I need a B? Why do you hate to say it, Hawaiian Piff? You should love to say it. Forget saying it, you should just love the reality of it. That's the best drug. That song doesn't say Mary's the mother of God. It says, Mother Mary, come to me, speaking words of wisdom. Lots of people have mothers named Mary. That's just Jesus. Jesus. Because she's the mother of Jesus, not of God. If she were God's mother, then God would be his own father. That doesn't make any sense. The original lyrics of that Beatles song were Mother Mary, I'm coming on you, just let it be there. But the other Beatles said, no, that's offensive. George Harrison is not a good artist. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I believe he's a great guitarist. I think he did a great job with the Beatles and everything, but he is not a good artist. I'm sorry to say. Maybe it's not a popular opinion. I don't know. But George Harrison, not a good artist. Whereas I wouldn't even say that about Ringo Starr because brings so much artistry to his drumming.
Well, that's the thing. He's an artist when it comes to drumming, but he can't really.
He's not
music.
Yeah, but I don't even think of George Harrison as an artist as a guitar player. I just think he's a good skilled guitar player, but all the good stuff he played, somebody else probably came up with it. Wish I was there with you, man. Going to hit my bong. Oh, let's pull bong rips together for sure. I've been smoking up this free eighth that I got at the weed store when we went to buy some drinks for Rachel. Rachel really likes these weed drinks, St. Ides, and they really get her faded too. She drinks one or two of those drinks and she's just like, oh.
As long as you don't mind.
I don't mind. It doesn't affect me like that. What album were the Beatles making when a man showed up at the door claiming to be Jesus and Paul let him in just in case, Paul said. I don't know anything about that. I never heard about that. She came in through the bathroom window, I know, was a song that links to some fan trying to access one of the Beatles, I believe. Is that right, Rachel?
What?
She came in through the bathroom window is about a fan trying to access the Beatles?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, maybe I'm wrong about that.
Sure, though. Sounds right.
Let's see. I'll Google it. What was she came in through the bathroom window about? Yeah, it refers to a real incident where a fan broke into Paul McCartney's house via an upstairs bathroom window and stole items.
Oh, wow.
And the fan's name was Diane Ashley, and a group of other fans known as the Apple Scruffs. Protected by a silver spoon. She must be a rich girl, right?
Yeah, you think.
Based on that lyric. Only Beatles songs I really like are Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds and A Day in the Life. They're both good songs, but I wouldn't call them the best Beatles songs. So I'm really interested to see how and if the Wellbutrin impacts my mushroom trip. It's possible it would just be like a trip flattener or something. I don't know. Different drugs react with mushrooms differently. Helter Skelter is a great song. Yeah. Charlie Manson, also a big fan of that song. Just goes to show you, bad people can like good songs. What's the strength of my Wellbutrins? 150. They come in 150 and 300, so I took 450 milligrams. You picture me as your long lost uncle. Well, I'm beginning to picture you as my long lost nephew, unless you're a girl, in which case niece. I don't mean to assume your gender. You could also be some third gender. That's fine with me. I'm not a culture warrior either way. Does it work for me? You mean the Wellbutrin? Yeah, it does work. It works in two ways. If I'm, say, depressed, it flattens me out. Um, yeah, my take on Pascal's wager is it's stupid. Oh, I won't even have to let you know, a witness. You'll be able to tell. This is not like smoking weed, right? You're always accusing me of being high from smoking weed. I smoke too much weed to get very high on it, but I'll get high on mushrooms for sure. Unless somehow Wellbutrin's like a trip killer. I doubt it. Benzos are trip killers. You don't want to take mushrooms and a benzo at the same time. Like one time took mushrooms. I was taking a variety of things. I was having a little party, you know. I take a couple of Adderall. I take some mushrooms. I took a gabapentin just for the kicks. And then I thought, I'll throw in half a Klonopin. And it just killed my trip like bam. It's crazy. I was like, what in the world happened? Then I looked it up. Yeah, well, I don't really need Wellbutrin anymore, but there was a period of time when I was depressed, which was kind of a new phenomenon for me. I'd not really been depressed much at all in my life, maybe a little bit in college. But I was engaged in a lot of negative self-talk and bad mental emotional habits. So I talked to my psychiatrist. He prescribed Wellbutrin, and it does a good job of, if you're feeling bad, of making you feel flat and restless instead. When did I say you accused me of anything? I don't think you accused me of anything. I don't believe I said you accused me of anything. I think you don't care whether the words you're using are accurate or not. I was depressed in college. How did I get out of that place and what got you out of it? Well, what got me into it was um, I went from a high school life that was lively and filled with friends and activities and stuff to college where I didn't really make any friends and struggled socially and was lonely, but also didn't understand my emotions at all. I just thought I was sleeping a lot, and unmotivated, and I don't know. He's just vomiting whatever words will give a rise out of whoever will give to him. It's true. It's good for anxiety, but you never have when you have an anxiety attack. You mean Klonopin? Klonopin does. It's like a rescue inhaler for anxiety. Benzos in general are. Klonopin's a slow acting one, but it's still. But when I'm feeling anxious and or depressed or whatever, I don't really want to do any substances. It makes me feel like, okay, maybe I've gone a little hard here. I need to let my brain just recover to its default status. Benzos don't knock me out. It's weird. They make me they help me to stay asleep once I go to sleep, but they don't make me go to sleep at all. In contrast, olanzapine, I took an olanzapine last night. That's the first time I've taken a med in several days, 4 or 5 days, but um, I could tell, like, okay, Eric, you're in that place right now where you're restless, you're not up because you're not having any amphetamines, but you did not get good or enough sleep. You need to get a good night's sleep. You're in your head too much. Just go ahead and take an olanzapine. Rachel will be okay with it, and you've been laying off all of her drugs for a while, and I'm glad I took it. Do I get issues swallowing after olanzapine? No, no, I have no negative impact from olanzapine at all. The only thing it does is put me to sleep and make me sleep all night. As far as I can tell, that's the only thing it does to me.
Doesn't it give you cravings a little bit?
Oh yeah, it makes me hungry.
Yeah,
It
but
makes me
that's like
hungry.
that's like what it's known for. Like it's doing its job.
It gives me the munchies, but more than weed ever gives me the munchies, unless I drink a bunch of drinks.
Yeah, the drinks make me hungry
The
too.
edibles give me the munchies. When Rachel and I both do edibles, then after we go to bed, we're continually two ships passing in the kitchen during the night. As one of us goes to get munchies, and then I get like inspired. Oh yeah, I'm going to go in there too. We don't even say anything to each other. We're just
No.
getting food out of our bags, half asleep, half faded. Yeah, I mean, I like I like having a sleeping pill, but I think next time I talk to my doctor, there's a different sleeping pill I'm going to ask him for, and the reason I'm going to ask him for it is because I've read some articles about how there's a specific, fairly commonly prescribed sleep pill that has proven in animal tests to not just stop cognitive decline in rats and mice, but to repair existing cognitive decline back to its original state. If I can get that, I mean, the thing is, I really don't want to get dementia, right? So if I can take that drug and it prevents dementia and repairs cognitive decline and stuff, and helps me sleep sometimes, I don't need to take a sleeping pill every night, but sometimes I do.
Should I take that drug too?
Well, I mean, you have a good drug solution.
Yeah, but it's not for.
Oh well, you're only 40.
Oh, I see.
For age-related cognitive decline, I'm at the age where I can start worrying about that a little bit, right? Yeah, I've heard of trazodone. Who is this lovely lady? This lovely lady is my wife, Rachel. I'll have to Google it to figure out what it's called again. Dude, I gotta tell you about my sister's boyfriend takes this crazy medicine. I want to say Seroquel.
Yeah, Seroquel is very popular or I'm sorry, very common for like mental health, like specifically, like I took it. I thought it was specifically for bipolar.
Well, I mean, the thing is, neuroplasticity may be a key against cognitive decline, but I'm talking about behavioral stuff, namely sleep habits. The number one way to preserve your cognition is to make sure you get enough sleep all the time.
Huh.
I've never tried Ambien. Yeah, Seroquel, the first time I took it, which was a long time ago, I couldn't believe how much it knocked me out. Like, I uh, I was up on speed and sitting on the couch, and I took the Seroquel this guy gave me.
It
And
wasn't for me.
no, this was a long time ago.
Mm.
And I could barely, once it started kicking in, I could barely manage to stumble to bed and get into bed.
Wow.
It was that much of a knockout.
We have very different chemistry, body chemistry, when it comes to medications.
I don't think Seroquel knocked me out that much when I took it when you had it.
Yeah, so maybe it's dosage or something, because like Seroquel, like never. I had to take like. Dude, I don't know if I should admit this.
Why?
Well, I used to take like way more than I was prescribed to fall asleep. It wasn't it like I said, like it like gave me a baseline, but I was always at the baseline. I was never like it was never above that. Seroquel, because if Seroquel worked for me, I would still be on it.
If I'm having trouble sleeping, I'll take a melatonin. Melatonin doesn't do shit for me.
It's good that melatonin works for you.
Yeah, because melatonin is not a drug, you know, it's something that your body produces to help you go to sleep, and then you can supplement it, I guess. But if I could trust my body to manage things like that, then I'd be a different person. Until a second ago, I'd forgotten that I took mushrooms. Which means I guess I'm starting to feel the mushrooms a little bit. You're already on a lot of sedating meds. 24 hours ago, I wanna be sedated. Nothing to do, nowhere to go. Oh, oh. I wanna be sedated. Just put me in an airport, put me on a plane. Hurry, 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 before I go insane. I can't control my fingers, I can't control my brain. Oh, no, no, no. Bam, 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 bam. I wanna be sedated. Bam, 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 bam. I wanna be sedated. That's a good song. The Ramones age really well. You know?
Yeah, they do.
There's nothing about the Ramones that seems cheesy or dated of its time or anything.
No.
And they just sound like the Ramones. They're like a quintessential example of a certain kind of late 70s pop punk, but you don't think of them as that. You just think of them as the Ramones.
Yeah.
One of New York's great accomplishments, the Ramones.
Mm-hmm.
And so New York of a band.
Yeah.
You couldn't get more New York.
So I think let's do New York bands.
Lou Reed / Velvet Underground.
Yeah, yes.
Ramones. Those are just textbook New York bands.
Yeah.
I want to say LCD Sound
I was just
System.
gonna ask you if you would consider them. I would consider them.
Mm-hmm. Especially because they have the song "New York, I Love You, but You're Bringing Me Down," which is one of the greatest songs about New York ever written.
Yeah, it was.
I'm good on my glasses and missing everything that's being said here.
Oh no!
Can you check out a few of the things she's being said?
Yeah. I should have put my sunglasses on.
Maybe if you look at it from this direction. Is that better?
Yes.
Well,
Thank you.
That's because you're in my shade. That's fine.
Yeah.
I'll make this shade for you.
I can get my sunglasses. Love Velvet Underground says, y'all. Hawaiian Piff says never again. LOL. Hi Jeremiah Fix. I meant to say I saw you asked me how I was doing. I'm doing well, thank you. I had to do some chores before kind of answering everyone. Gail says, but seriously, who puts someone on Seroquel in the fucking morning? That's bad. Hey, show media.
That's the psychiatrist who says, how can I make this guy less of a problem for me during the day?
Yeah. The man with the great machete says that Winston's mom, after that, you just would need a translation layer. INTP is required, I guess. Do all the programming. Hey, the deal for real? They had me on Seroquel for psychosis. In fact, I hallucinated more. I'm surprised they put you on Seroquel for psychosis. I don't know why I was on Seroquel. I was on because of bipolar. I am a mouse and a rat. What did you gonna say?
I wonder if the Wellbutrin's flatness will flatten out the mushroom trip. If it does, that's fine. I'm just curious as to what the interaction is. But so far, I do feel like I'm coming up on mushrooms, but I still feel very flat.
Oh, well, maybe.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
I'm curious. I didn't Google it or anything. I could have Googled it. Like, what is Wellbutrin and mushrooms like together? I'm going to go pee over there.
Okay. Thanks, Winston's mom. Drugs, what they used to say I was on. Well, you went outside. I just wanted to grab some hash and I come back and you're outside. We've been like outside for the past like 15 minutes.
I don't know if it's been that long.
I'm on lithium for my moods. They tried to put me on Depakote. I've been on both of those. For my mood, but I'd heard too many accounts of it, so I was like, fuck it, just give me lithium. Oh, Eminem song.
Are you happy with your current psychiatrist, y'all?
Are you happy with your current psychiatrist, y'all? Ba, 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 ba. I wanna be sedated. Gail says, my current doctor, yeah.
I wonder how long it'll take your cat to scratch all the way through this. How long will we have to live here for the cats to scratch all the way through this? Let me show everybody. If you're too much in the sun, you know, there's a chair in the shade.
I want the sun because it's cold in the shade.
I see. So as you can see, the cats really scratch this here. How long will we have to live here before the cats scratch all the way through there?
I think 2 years.
Now, we've already been here. How long?
2 years.
Are we coming up on 3 years?
Yeah.
They're not even, they're like maybe a 20th of the way through it. I'd say we'd have to,
5 years.
I'd say we'd have to wait 60 years then.
6 years.
60.
60 before they get through it.
Well, if they're 1/20th of the way through in 3 years, and they have 20 more to go, although, you know, they probably break it. They probably move to a different thing before they continue scratching that all the way through.
We're gonna be renting this place, so
Yeah.
it doesn't need to be fixed, right? Because like if we were to sell it, we would have that would probably be something we'd have to
Rachel, I think we can stop ideating about that for a while because I think we're pretty well decided that we're gonna at least attempt to stay here for
Yeah.
a good year
you're
or
right.
more. So
I'm sorry.
is that the question of time frame at least has been resolved that we're not going anywhere for the immediate future, foreseeable future, and we'll revisit this question in a year, maybe 2 years, So in the interim year or two, I don't think we need to think about leaving this place.
Okay, that's good. I have some peace of mind. Thank you.
Sure. And I'm sorry that that was disruptive. At the same time, I think we needed to have that conversation.
Yeah, of course. It's just that I had to shift my mind.
Right. Yeah. You like to operate under, everybody does. When you have like a foundational map thing, you've got all kinds of stuff built up around it,
Mm-hmm.
Not necessarily contingent on it, but built up around it.
Yeah,
You
so
envision yourself in the future,
yeah.
you're envisioning yourself here, not in some
Yeah.
uncertain state of whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why prime directive is so powerful, when your map and expectations get uh, when the reality doesn't match your map, causes distress.
Yeah, like, cause I had like certain ideas, so like I was living a certain way, thinking, okay, like this is our forever home, so yeah.
Right. Yeah, sure. There's tons of little things you can't even necessarily articulate that are linked to that.
Well, yeah, like I.
Because you're doing everything on that assumption. You're not even checking to see if that assumption is relevant or not.
Yeah, like.
And so when it's disrupted, it's going to be distressing.
Yeah, because like I would probably have like a capsule wardrobe instead of like a seasonal wardrobe. Um,
No, I got you. But there was nothing wrong with us acting under the assumption that we were going to stay here forever, even if it turns out to not be the case. We have to act under some assumption.
yeah, you're right.
The assumption we can act under now for sure is that we're not going anywhere for at least a year or two.
Yeah.
Okay? And maybe not ever. This person says, a Hawaiian Piff says, get her some sunglasses. I appreciate the all caps right now because I don't have my glasses, so I can.
Oh, that's good
I can
to
read
know.
that. Yeah.
I'm in the shade right now, so. But my legs are getting sun, so. Okay, so like what good like songs about New York?
What were you saying? Which bands are quintessentially New York, or which?
No, like songs about New York.
Well, this is of course the classic Fear song, "New York's All Right If You Like Saxophones." But that's not really a very positive
Yeah, I
song.
didn't know that. I don't know like that song really.
New York's all right if you like art and jazz. New York's all right if you like saxophones. And then
It's funny.
saxophone
It's so
solo.
funny. But it's so true. Oh my gosh, it is true.
I'm not going to lie. This is entertaining and good for distracting the mind.
That's good. I'm happy. Who said that?
All the good conversations. Well, thanks so much, Hawaiian Pip. We don't get a lot of new faces around here.
Yeah,
We
no.
appreciate seeing you, and you certainly have been just as much a delight to us as we have been to you. And if you feel like it and feel like subscribing, we'd appreciate that.
Yeah.
I'm very slowly losing subscribers. Like, I lose like 3 subs a month or something.
I'm sorry to hear.
Oh, that's fine. I knew we were dead in the water. Maybe some months I gained 3, so maybe it's net, a net 0. But YouTube's a funny place. It's not like I was doing anything different than I'm doing now when I got all those subs, right? We were just live streaming.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't explain
And it was
it.
just
I feel like we're
that it was
shadow
being
banned again.
promoted then, you know.
Yeah.
Thanks to Hawaiian Beth. Song. You want a song? Okay.
You think like I don't know if this is a good song. Oh. It's up to you, New York. That would be a good one. You know, the Frank Sinatra.
Oh yeah, New York
Start
classic.
spreading the news.
Also, of course, classic New York song is "The Meow Meow is Up and the Meow Meow is Down."
Oh yeah, that's from Our Town or something, a play. The
New York,
Bronx.
New York, it's a hell of a town.
Honestly, that's something to think about because it's true. The Bronx is up and the Battery is down.
The Bronx is up and the Battery's down.
Yeah, the Bronx. If you want to go to the Bronx, it's up.
Is up mean north?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And the Battery, like Battery Park, is south.
What about Back in the New York Groove? Yeah, that's
It really is.
That's Ace
I love
Frehley's
that
best song.
I love that song.
That's Ace Frehley's best song.
Back in the New York groove. In the New York groove.
I think of Perfect Day as being a New York song.
Yeah, that is.
I always picture it as being in New York.
That's like a day in Central Park, like.
He may even say Central Park, or maybe he says the
If
park.
he does,
I think he
if
says
he,
the
I
park.
think it's, yeah,
But it's
yeah,
obvious
but
about New York.
like there's a lot of parks in New York that are beautiful. But Central Park, like you can like lay down. I picture like Central Park when he talks about that. But yeah, that's a quintessential New York song.
A New York State of Mind. I don't think
I'm in a New York state of mind.
I don't think I know that one.
That's Billy Joel.
Oh. I mean, Billy Joel has a lot of songs that at least reference New York. Like Anthony's song references Hackensack.
Yep.
So I think that could be called a classic New York song. If that's all you need, yeah. That's all it's all about.
Mama, that's moving up, then I'm
moving out. That's one sure way to get your video monetization sharing. Anytime you even sing a little bit of a Billy Joel song, he's like, I get all the money from this video. That's fine. I don't care. We're not getting any money from this video anyway. He's not getting anything but a few pennies from me. Not that I begrudge him it.
I don't take mushrooms really because I have bad experiences.
She has mixed experiences.
It is
and
mixed.
The bad ones
mixed.
are enough to dissuade her, you know.
Yeah.
The good ones aren't gonna.
When I'm feeling it, I'll do it.
Sure.
And especially if we have
Adderall.
Adderall, yeah. Like how Rachel held the move out. No, well, thank you, A Witness. I'm bored as fuck on Saturday.
It's Sunday.
Yeah, it is Sunday. How about songs about Sunday? Are there songs about Sunday?
Well, there's that Cure song about all the days of the week.
Friday night and I'm in love.
Saturday. Sunday.
Always comes too late.
Yeah, okay.
Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday, break my heart. Oh, Thursday doesn't even start. It's Friday.
I'm in love. That song's more about Friday than any other song. Any day. We are in beautiful California. And it is It is quite lovely around here right now.
Maybe Sunday's too much of a holy day to talk about.
Well, the first song that comes to mind for me is Sunday Morning by the Velvet Underground.
I don't know if I know.
Sunday morning, and I'm yawning.
Aw.
It's such a meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Sunday Bloody Sunday by U2,
Oh, true that.
which
Yeah.
which is not a terrible U2 song.
And it's not.
Unlike most every other U2 song, it's not
Out
terrible.
of all the U2 songs, that's like one of the best.
Ba ba da na 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 na. Ba ba na 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 na. That's how the verse part goes.
Oh, really? I can't hear it. I can only hear the Sunday, Bloody Sunday.
And then they like to do a medley and switch it into Sunday Bloody, and their bombs and their guns and their tanks and their meows.
They're both Irish.
Yeah, they should do a medley. It's of songs about Irish violence.
Well, the woman who sings in the Cranberries is dead.
Yeah, she's dead.
So
They could replace her.
they probably will, and then they can go tour with U2 in Ireland.
And then Bono can die and they can replace him. And then you'll really have a couple of ships of Thebes. The ship, that ship of Thebes philosophy question.
What is it?
It's if you have a ship called the Ship of Thebes, it's made out of all these boards, right? But because of shipworms, probably they have to replace the boards periodically.
Oh.
Now imagine at some point they end up replacing every single board on the ship.
Mm-hmm.
The question is it still the same ship? Well, I think the answer to that is reflected in contemporary classic rock bands, where if they replace all of the members of the band, is it still the same band?
Yeah.
And the answer is sort of, because a band is really defined by its catalog. Just like sort of because a ship is really defined by its distinct.
Crazy though.
Sort of because a ship is defined by its distinction as an object, distinct from other objects, and its name hasn't ever changed, and by its consistency of its scope and scale of the object. Like, can it still hold the same amount of things in it?
But four guys get together, or even like girls at this point, or a mix, get together, and they're like, we're the Beatles.
Well, I think you have to replace them one at a time. I got the name wrong. It's Ship of Theseus.
You have to replace them one at a time? What?
Yeah, for the analogy to the Ship of Theseus.
Okay,
Thought
so the
experiments
first
happen.
one that will replace because he's been dead the longest is John.
It's too late to do it to the Beatles. They have to happen while they're still in existence.
Shit. I
But
don't
the
know.
thing is, you take a band like the Rolling Stones. The Rolling
Oh, they're
Stones.
still doing it.
You could imagine, though, a world in which they've gradually been replaced one at a time.
Yeah, the first one could be their drummer, because I don't ever think about the drummer for the Rolling Stones. He might be good, but they replace him.
Who's probably the best artist of them all?
Okay, so then don't replace him. Who's one of the worst?
I mean, none of them are artists, right? That's the problem. But the drummer has the most artistry.
Okay, so then let's spare him, give him some life because he brings artistry. What about that guy Rod? I don't know, Ron?
Rod or Ron from the Rolling Stones, you're gone. I don't know what you do, but whatever it is, you're gone. You never fit in the Rolling Stones to begin with. Ron, get out of here.
I know very little about the Rolling Stones.
Yeah, they're not a good band. They do have some good songs, but if you make
They
that
have some
much shit,
good.
eventually you're gonna have a couple of good songs.
Yeah, well, that's true. They never stop. Never, never, never stop.
Never. Do you?
Yes! Oh my gosh, you look so much like him. And I'm talking about people talking about waking up and taking medicine years ago, somehow reminiscing about that.
He's talking about past drug trips. Yeah, I've never been very interested in talking about past drug trips either. Except in a general sense, like, oh, last night was fun. That was a good trip.
True.
Made me feel better. I feel, we'll see about today. I definitely feel more of the serotonin aspects of it probably than I would if I were on Adderall, but less than if I were not on Wellbutrin. I feel slightly queasy.
What does it mean that I'm like, you feel slightly queasy?
A little bit, but not much.
Oh.
What does it mean that you're what? Rachel likes to sometimes ask me, what does this subjectivity of mine mean? It doesn't mean anything. It's a subjectivity. It just means that you like that or don't like that or whatever. Or that makes you feel good or doesn't make you feel good physically. Or don't tell us anything. Or she likes to ask me, is it okay, my subjectivity? Yes, of course. You can't apply a general rule. Let's see, is this subjectivity okay? You can apply a general rule for things that aren't okay, like if they're rights violating or abusive or something. But other subjectivities, they fundamentally don't need the approval of others. That's their nature.
So what is it? Why do I do that? Like, cognitively.
Because you're super unconscious in your subjectivity and you're using your conscious functions to try to process data that you aren't intentionally equipped to process the right way.
That is true.
What is called insight right there. I'm feeling insightful, I guess, today.
What?
I mean, it's not really insight. It's something the way I put it there was nicely NI.
Mm-hmm.
It's satisfying for me when I nail something with NI precision,
Yeah, you did
right?
very well.
And that's when I say I'm being insightful. And sometimes I say some mushroom trips take different tenure.
Oh, I forgot you were tripping on my
Yeah, it's easy to forget, right?
Yeah.
I think this one might be one of those like, oh, I'm feeling my NI trips.
That's good.
I like those. That's always satisfying.
Yeah, you like NI and appreciate that. I like NE, but I still think that I'm like a bit of a tard when it comes to it. Like,
well, remember, I wasn't using NI as NI is meant to be used. NI is a receiving function. You're supposed to know when something pops, not come up with something that pops.
oh.
So you know when something's original better than I do, presumably. A lot of times, you know. My understanding of whether something's original links to whether I've heard it before, SI, right? Whereas yours is an NI understanding of whether something's original.
That's true. Hawaiian Piff says, haha, You remind me of a bear waking up from hibernation. Eric or me? And that's like a nice compliment.
It's probably me with all my big yawns.
Yeah, that's
Those
what I
are
was
mushroom
thinking.
yawns. Mushroom makes you yawn sometimes, but not always. And it'll make your nose run sometimes, but not always. It has various physical things that sometimes, but not always, happen. Sometimes it'll make you cold, but not always. Sometimes it'll make you feel nauseous, but not always. The mushroom gods decide what mushrooms does to you.
I don't like that.
They decide what you need.
I don't like that though.
Not what you want, and they give you what you need.
But sometimes I want to be consistent. You're consistently like giggly usually.
Or feeling insightful.
True.
Because I don't need to feel my feelings more. Like when I have bad mushroom experiences, they're SI bads because I'm sick and I'm trying to take it anyway. It's always bad when I try to force it. When there are various reasons why I shouldn't take it right now and I take it anyway.
Well, like, I watch things that make me sad and then I cry and that's good. Like, I don't need to have a, like, fucking crash out. Like,
Well, I mean, the thing I would ask is, you know that you don't enjoy the extreme FI feelings when you're on the trip, but how do you feel about it afterwards? Like, you know, you don't have positive remembrance of the trip, but you probably don't pay any attention to whether you have a better relationship with your feelings in the aftermath. Like, I had a terrible experience the other day with my feelings and anxiety, but it was absolutely necessary for me to process some stuff, and I feel like clearer and better on the other side of it, you know?
Yeah.
That doesn't necessarily mean you want to take medicine. I take mushrooms because I want it to be fun, not because I want it to be medicine. It's just, I guess, the best medicine for me is usually fun.
You have good relation with mushrooms and psychedelics. Like, I like ketamine. And like I wouldn't suggest that for everyone.
Well, what's weird is I would say I have by far the most healthy relationship with mushrooms of any drug.
Yeah, you do.
Like, it's been almost 2 weeks since I last took it, and the reason I haven't taken it, because you can take it like once a week, is because I wasn't in the right headspace. I didn't try to force it. You know, it's like I want to. I see mushrooms as an opportunity for an experience I'm going to have every couple of weeks, like a football game or something. Not like now this is my job, right? So my relationship with other substances is more or less self-medicating, right? Cigarettes they have a self-medicating aspect to them in that when I'm not feeling good, I probably smoke more of them. Marijuana has a self-medicating aspect to it in that it's more like a habit than anything else. And sometimes I'm seeking that. Okay, I want to just have that slightly faded feeling now from pulling a few bowls. But many or most of the bong rips I pull are just sort of mindless habit, you know?
Right? Yeah, me too. But I like it. I don't know.
Yeah, well, and the thing is, I like it better than the alternative, obviously, which is trying to force self-discipline on myself, which is what it requires. On the other hand, with mushrooms, it requires no self-discipline to have a truly symbiotic, healthy relationship with them.
See, like, I ketamine is not for everyone. And like I had a good like K-hole experience because like Eric didn't freak out and he wasn't like, oh my god, we need to take you to the hospital. Like I just like laid in my bed and like listened to YouTube.
Yeah, you were just K'd out.
Yeah.
You were experiencing the high of the drug that you wanted to experience. There's nothing to worry about at all. Ketamine's almost impossible to overdose on.
I like that.
You just have to be super dumb and do it in a hot tub if you want to have a problem.
I'm not. I'm staying away from water when I'm like I thought that I was such a dumbass. Like I took more ketamine because I could be like, oh, I can have like, ketamine going to town, and then I'm like upstairs, like trying to figure out what to wear and like frozen.
Standing there like a statue, or lying there like a statue. One and two.
Yeah, I was standing, remember, with like two options in my hand.
Yeah, just standing there.
And you're like,
What you did?
yeah, basically, yeah.
That's funny. Oh, Rachel thinks she's gonna go do something.
Yeah, like, no, ketamine's not like that. I learned my lesson.
Ketamine is definitely on the list of drugs not to do while driving.
Oh my god, don't do anything. Like, I think, like, Lady Gaga, like, there's this, like, video of her, like, walking weirdly into a car, and I'm like, oh my god, she's probably on ketamine. Like, yeah, she was like,
They're walking on slow motion.
yeah, yeah, it looks so much like she's on ketamine.
Like the NI run amok people are like, this is proof that she's a lizard person.
Yeah, they did, but it was totally just ketamine.
It's proof that she does cat.
Yeah. But yeah, they did. They presented it as like she's a lizard person. That happened to me with DX, and my family wigged out about serotonin syndrome, and it fucked up my trip.
Turn to the compost.
How's it going with the compost?
Hungry.
That's great. I love that.
I'm ready to go back inside for an hour or two.
How many bags of wheat do we have? Or is that okay to talk about?
Sure, it's fun to talk about. We've got shit tons. I'm not sure that whole bag right there is filled. And we've got a lot more processing to do still. We're definitely gonna last the year. Well, it's definitely not like doing mushrooms and Adderall together. Adderall and mushrooms together the Adderall just amplifies the zaniness of the mushrooms. Whereas Wellbutrin and mushrooms together, it's like the SI part of it is a little bit taken care of, but
Do you feel like a baby pig?
I feel like a no, not so much. It's like when I'm on mushrooms, normally the answer to that's a no-brainer. I feel like a baby pig. Unless I'm scolding somebody, in which case I feel like a teenager pig. But
Do you feel like any sort of pig, or what do you feel like?
no, I don't feel like a pig very much. That's the thing about Wellbutrin, right? It's an interesting way to put it, but it makes me feel like not really myself. It makes me feel like what I imagine ISTP feels like.
Interesting.
It makes me real quiet. DXM, huh? I don't know what that is. Unless it's like Robitussin or something. Maybe I do. Maybe that's what it is. Probably told me before.
My hair is gonna be so like witchy
Why?
with the grays. The grays are coming in like.
Oh, I think that's cool.
Cool.
Your hair's gonna look rad. It already looks great.
Thanks. I like that you don't mind that my eyebrows are basically gonna be like white too.
I don't care. Big yawns for a little hair.
Yeah, big yawns for Eric indeed.
Well, that's the thing. You know, you can't. You can try to trick yourself as much as you want, but Wellbutrin is not an amphetamine. It has some similarities. Apparently, it does some kind of dopamine reuptake inhibit, but it doesn't feel like amphetamines at all. It doesn't improve your mood. There's no positivity to it or whatever.
What?
Wellbutrin.
Wellbutrin? Yeah. I stay up at night.
Yeah, it keeps you up. It doesn't even keep me up. Speaking of scored events, I watched this thing I'd watched before this morning. I don't know how it got recommended to me or whatever, but it's Steve Martin winning a diving contest. Like all of the other divers are doing regular dives, like with a twist or whatever, and he's doing things like cannonball from the side of the pool.
I've never seen that.
Or they pretend to be shot and fall into the pool dive.
That's so fun. That's like such like kid stuff.
Yeah. And they show him in preparation for dive. He's eating a tuna sandwich and the And that's just he has his own like getting ready techniques. You don't see a lot of divers eat a tuna sandwich before their dive. And then when it's time for him to go, he's half finished with the sandwich, so he tucks it into his bathing suit to finish eating later. The hilarity being, of course, after the dive, it's gonna be all wet. Steve Martin's a funny guy.
Yeah, he is.
And at the end, it's like he somehow messes up one of these ridiculous dives he's doing. And the judges give him low scores, but then he pretends to have drowned, and then they change the scores to be higher. Very different than what would happen at a regular, real diving competition. He wouldn't get any scores at all.
Oh my god,
for
if
any
he
of those
zeros
things.
like right away for like wasting time and stuff. They're so strict. That's what makes that bad dive from the Olympics.
Yeah, that one extremely terrible dive from the Olympics that I put a link to it on my community tab.
Yeah.
Where you normally see them like they come into the water, they might be a little bit off this way or a little bit off this way. This guy did one of those times where you go like this, right? But instead of turning like this, he just went right into the water. It was the worst dive I've ever seen.
Me too.
Yeah, I think he got zeros for it.
He did.
If all of his dives had been like that, he would have been the Ray Gun of diving. She got all zeros, her
Yeah.
scores. At least the judges didn't give her any points for that.
That's good.
It's like MDMA is very different from meth despite having a similar structure. Vastly different effects. Oh yeah, vastly different effects. MDMA is like meth plus ascension to angelhood. It's not very methy at all, really. It's just ascension to angelhood. Oh my gosh. When did I become an angel? Oh, well, Beach is technically a cathinone? Well, it's got very different effects than an amphetamine. Most cathinones are known as bath salts. Oh my god, I'm taking bath salts. I didn't even know it.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa.
No wonder it keeps me up.
No wonder I've been eating people's faces.
You're my cat now.
That's beautiful. Well, I see Gail says it's not like the other cathinones. Vastly different effects, similar structures. Oh, I see. You're trying to drive home a point here. And I'm not picking up what you're putting down.
Oh.
Fair enough. That's a fair enough critique on your part. I understand now. I've had a little bit of difficulty following your many comments about these two drugs. And that must be frustrating for you. A cathinone is just an amphetamine with a keto group on the beta position. Oh, good. I don't know what that means. I'm not a chemist, okay?
Wait, you're not a chemist?
I'm not a chemist. You were hoping I was a chemist?
I was thinking you were a chemist.
You thought maybe we'd do some chemistry experiments later?
Oh no. I wouldn't be able to do that. You'd have to walk me through it step by step.
Oh, God. Last thing I know, I need is to fail my inner talk test. That's not going to help my inner talk any. Have they really thought this through? How well do you speak to yourself and of yourself? Well, you scored an F. You really are a failure. I think they didn't really think through that test very much.
Oh, that's not you answering.
You Google Wellbutrin and Google amphetamine and compare them. Wellbutrin contains the structure of amphetamine. Yeah, some doctor told me basically amphetamine. Some doctor in the chat said, "Well, I don't know about basically whatever, but as someone who's done plenty of amphetamines, I can tell you, sir, Dan Quayle is no amphetamine." I'm feeling pretty sleepy, really.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I wanna
Well, you know what I say?
what tarot card are you feeling? The Hermit?
Or the one where the person's just having a nap.
Oh, the Four of Swords.
But yeah, that's what's happening there. She's just having a nice nap.
Sleeping.
We can pull some tarot cards. If Rachel feels like it. If she doesn't feel like getting up, we can pull it on her phone.
Ooh, it depends. You can decide that one. Do you want the Cosmic Tarot deck or the phone?
Sounds like you want the Cosmic Tarot deck, and that's just fine. You probably want me to go get the Cosmic Tarot deck.
No. You know, I don't mind being the person to get something because, like, you know, the SE fourth is.
You just looked pretty faded well into the chair. Maybe she wants me to get it.
And I didn't necessarily mean that I wanted the deck. I really was curious as to which you would like to use, the phone or the...
Well, I mean, if you had said, or one of those, then I would have thought you didn't have a preference. But since you picked one specific one, I figured that must represent your preference.
No, what do you think?
I mean, I think the phone's easier.
Cool. It has the descriptions of what the stuff means, too, so that it's... Yeah. Benzodrex is a wild one in terms of OTC drugs. Never tried it. Don't intend to. It's more toxic than meth and it gives you a buzz similar to amphetamines. With a rolling feeling. Okay, so... What are we doing?
That doesn't sound like a good drug to do. Well, I think we should do one card pulls for whoever wants one. You
Okay.
can start with me if you'd like.
Open topic, one card. Okay, do you have a question?
No. Just
Eric Strauss.
fully generalized one card.
The Nine of Wands.
The Nine of Wands I got.
Defending yourself. Persevering. Showing stamina. Continuing despite fatigue. Holding fast. Drawing on hidden reserves. Holding together through force of will. Demonstrating physical strength. Keeping up the pace. Persisting despite all setbacks, refusing to take no for an answer, seeing something through to the end, getting knocked down and standing up, keeping your resolve, trying repeatedly, assuming ill will, expecting the worst, taking extra precautions, being paranoid, feeling wary.
I think that's the card is definitely meaning finding strength in the destabilizing and fragile experience of mental health downs, And not like, I don't see myself as, well, I guess probably everybody feels this way. I don't feel defined by those episodes as being like, oh, I'm someone who has mental health problems. I just think, well, those things happen for reasons I understand, both in terms of the actuality of the thing that links to the trauma and stuff, but also my own limited processing abilities for subjective, specifically FI, not SI, for processing FI loss and stuff. And I have to be in some kind of weird non very distressed state to process those things directly. It's going to cause a great deal of distress as well, as what happened the other day. I actually processed those things directly, and it was just brutal.
Okay, who's next?
Acacia is next.
Acacia, do you have a question or just general? Okay. Acacia.
I want to restate something I said earlier. I think the mushroom gods give me what I need. I don't necessarily know what their relationship with other people is.
Six of Rods. Triumphing, having your day in the sun, being vindicated, walking away with the prize, receiving acclaim, being acknowledged, getting a pat on the back, receiving an award or citation.
I acknowledge you, Acacia. Here's a pat on the back. I'm also going to find an award here. Let's see, I think they have one, like a trophy somewhere.
Yeah. Feeling pride, enjoying healthy self-esteem, strutting your stuff, holding your head up high.
Yeah, I never think to search emojis. I would just look through frustratingly for the one I'm looking for.
Oh my gosh, really?
Yeah.
For Acacia, here's your trophy.
There you go, Keisha. You can't give yourself a trophy. That doesn't count. I gave you the trophy. Okay, you know what, Keisha? You got a good point. I hereby award you one wonder point.
Whoa!
It's not Wednesday, so point values are singled.
Okay, who's next?
Anybody else want? Oh, you can do yourself too if you wanted.
Sure.
Oh, show media
Show
ones.
media. General? Or do you have a question?
General or question? It's not Wonder Point Sunday, I gotta say. It's just regular Sunday, but it's still a wonderful Wonder Point. It has all the wonderfulness of every Wonder Point, which is a shit ton of wonderfulness.
You're welcome, Acacia. Okay, show media. Dear General, if you don't answer.
Show media.
What's coming this month for me? Okay, cool. What's coming this month for show media?
It is seeming to be a troll-free Sunday. Even a witness doesn't seem to be here.
The Emperor. Fathering, establishing a family line, setting direction and tone, protecting and defending, emphasizing structure, creating order out of chaos, categorizing, being systematic, exercising authority, taking a leadership role, commanding, exerting control, regulating, establishing law and order, operating from sound principles, applying rules or guidelines. The Emperor.
Wow, that's a good one. That's even better than the king. You know, it's one above the king.
Yeah, he's the king of all the kings.
Ah, just one shy of God.
It's number 4 in the major arcana. Okay, does anyone else want a card?
I think Rachel does.
I do.
You want me to pull for you?
Please.
Do you have a specific question?
No, just general.
Tap? No. Draw a card. Pew. Pew. The Queen of Swords.
Oh my god, that's my, like, honestly, that's crazy because my day card that I chose for myself like months ago is the Queen of Swords.
You choose day cards for yourself months in advance?
Yeah.
That's adorable. And you stick with it? Like you don't change them?
No, I do it 1 month before it, and I make sure that it's like the most positive it could possibly be.
Well, then once you settle on that, and you just let them be.
Yeah.
Let's see. That's good. They wig you out right now? Well, I don't want to wig you out. I know that what might sound like not triggering to one person can be very triggering to another.
Okay, so do you want to know the explanations for the Queen of Swords?
Sure.
Okay, so honest, faces the truth even if unpleasant, is upfront with everyone, likes everything on the table, astute, sizes up a situation quickly, understands hidden motives and desires, is difficult to fool, trick, or con, forthright, is direct and open in all dealings, gets to the heart of the matter, acts without pretense or guile, witty, has a delightful sense of humor, diffuses awkward situations with a funny remark, never takes anything too seriously, experience, has seen and done it all, has the strength due to life's hard knocks, is free of self righteous judgments.
Boy, there really are very few people who are less free of, who are more free of self righteous judgment than you.
Thank you.
You do judge people sometimes, but for perfectly good reason and not out of a desire to be self righteous.
No, no, no.
Well, do you feel like the Queen of Swords today?
Yes.
Awesome. That's the right card for you.
Is Mrs. Mom here? Mrs. Mom, would you like a card?
I don't even really want a cigarette, but I want to go outside for a few minutes.
I'm gonna follow you.
Okay, well, maybe I didn't really want to be around the stream for a
Okay.
second, just to have a break from the stream.
Okay. Yay! Okay. Would you like it to be general, or do you have a question? It's not even really pull. It's like a pick or. All right. So G, you'll be after Winston's mom. Okay. And do you want it to be under Winston's mom? Stephanie. Cool. Thanks. I'm glad I asked. Stephanie. 1, 2, 3, 4. The 8 of Rods. And it says taking quick action, making your move, striking while the iron is hot, declaring yourself openly, coming to a conclusion, culminating an effort, having all elements come together, closing out an activity, receiving news, getting an important message, obtaining a needed bit of information, finding the missing puzzle piece. Okay, the man with the great machete, you'll be after G. Geez, what's your question? I hope that resonated. It's a good card. It's like of getting stuff done. Like maybe packages that you have will come quickly or quicker than you think. You're welcome. You forgot. Do you want to just general reading, G? Okay, cool, G.
A lot of good thoughts outside. I'm glad I took a few minutes to be isolated to think about things. Number one thing I was thinking about was this very quintessentially dropping ashes on the Buddha case of a witness, right? So there's this famous Zen koan which states, what's the Zen Buddhist thing to do if somebody comes in every day, they come into your Zen temple, they don't cause any problems except they insist on smoking a cigarette and ashing on your Buddha statue every day. What should you do about it? Well, the reason I think it's like that koan is because this is assuming a witness is, instead of a troll, which I don't really think he is. I think he's just a fragile human being like all of us,
Not to interrupt, but
Did I interrupt what you were doing?
I was reading for.
Oh, you were just silent, I thought, so I just took it. I assumed you were done because you were silent.
Oh.
But you were just
I don't
silent
mean
because I walked in.
to like interrupt soliloquy though. Were you done with your thought? You can continue your thought.
Well, I'm not gonna forget it.
Okay. Okay, G, you got the 5 of rods. And that means disagreeing, feeling everyone is at cross purposes, being torn by dissension, quarreling, arguing, and bickering, experiencing competition, feeling the thrill of the contest, going against an opponent, rising to the challenge, experiencing hassles, getting annoyed by demands, having minor setbacks, needing to take care of details. And then the man with the great machete wanted one too.
Done?
No. Ooh, the man with the great machete also gets the 5 of rods. Disagreeing, feeling everyone is at a cross purposes, being torn by dissension, quarreling, arguing, and bickering, experiencing competition, feeling the thrill of the contest, going against an opponent, rising to the challenge, experiencing hassles, getting annoyed by demands, having minor setbacks, needing to take care of details. And that's it. I'm done. Thank you.
Oh, sure. That'll give me a little more time to think about things, actually. So, in this koan,
I'm getting heat. Would you like one?
no, thank you. We can imagine that a witness coming and repeatedly crossing my boundary is the equivalent of ashing on the Buddha, right? A boundary that I expressed multiple times in many different ways. That I don't want you to come proselytize at me or tell me to change my behavior or stuff like that, right? And the Zen koan, I think, is illustrative of how little usefulness Zen koans are, right? Because the resolution of it is the monk should come and ash on the Buddha as well to show that, I guess, I don't know. The only way of informing that guy of anything is to ash on the Buddha as well. The equivalent in this case would be for me to critique myself for other things I'm doing that offend God. And there are plenty, like I'm not nice enough. I get angry at people who don't know. It's like anger is the alternative to understanding that they don't know what they're doing. That's why Jesus said, forgive them, Father, they know not what they do. The thing is, what's instructive here is that I needed to find some way to enforce that boundary that's not so harmful, right? Because it was obvious that trying to explain to him what the problem was here was not going to do any good because it was fundamentally a critique of who he is now, whether he ought to be that or not, And that was unfair to him in characterizing him as indisputably a liar just because he did that. It's like, yeah, it was a lie, but people in high pressure emotional moments make mistakes with words all the time, and I can't expect other people to be as good with words as I am. And so then we're back to the question of, well, what do you do about it? Well, I think the best thing to do would just be remove every comment that does that shit. without commenting on it because he's probably obviously to some extent thriving on the attention. He's saying, "See, I'm making a difference. If 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 it weren't getting through to him, he wouldn't be so irritated by it." I bet you that's what his thinking is. Which is just, he is who he is, and he's not going to be me or anything close to it. He's not going to understand. He obviously doesn't have the modality. I understand things first, and that's how I move through the world. To try to get to think that understanding, making him understand is a solution is not going to be effective at all. The thing is, people can't, it often is the case that their least conscious functions are, and their least habituated ways of being are the solution. But engaging in those is extremely painful.
Yeah, it is.
The whole idea of conscious and unconscious is not whether it's not like it's best thought of as that, right? Like, let's say we think of data points, okay? There's data point that says my stomach hurts. There's a data point that says my feelings hurt. If you're unconscious of your feelings, it means you're going to interpret that. You're going to still note that data point in some sense, but you're going to interpret it as, well, I must have done something wrong. That's why my feelings hurt. I'm going to critique myself. Or someone else must have done something wrong because my feelings aren't relevant here, but injustice is. Or, um, or maybe I'm just tired. Convert it to SI. That's what unconscious means. It doesn't mean that the experience of having your feelings hurt isn't still there. It just means you're attentionally so inept that you constantly do the wrong thing with that data. So then what do you do with somebody who's ignoring all the objective data, which is to say, at the very least, you should deal with if somebody's expressly telling you multiple times, this is a boundary you are crossing. I don't want you to do that. Like, don't talk to me like that, please. And don't talk to me about that. Talk to me about something else, please. Um, if you're gonna just repeatedly ignore somebody's expressed boundaries, then normally that's gonna mean um, you just are trying to shit on them. You just don't like them. You wanna belittle them or whatever. You want to be abusive. But in this instance, I think it's one of those other kinds of things where it's abusive by idiocy, right? Like, if you're so convinced you know what's best for somebody else, then that's where abusive by idiocy comes in. The idea of like tough love. I know what's best for you. So, and what he would say, of course, with any response to that would be, but not me, it's God. Except he can't sustain that argument because even if we accept his frame of reference to the Bible, it doesn't say anything about smoking pot in the Bible. I don't even drink. When you pile all this stuff on, it makes it seem like this guy must be a troll. He cannot possibly be a serious person, right? Well, nobody can poke any holes in my reasoning. If that's step one, you're not getting to step two. That's the bottom line. If you got to cross that threshold, I wish people had to cross that threshold to get to step two. Not that you were saying they were ordinated in that fashion. No, say just to be clear, I'm not pretending like I'm not trying to pretend like you said they had to be in that order. Or that each was the necessary and sufficient condition for moving on to the next. Girl, you're like street food. Too expensive for the quality. That's quite an insult. No, I agree with you that you were not saying that. You were just exemplifying the kind of thinking of fascists. Not a term I use very often, but I'm using it in a metaphorical sense, all right? Not in a literal sense. I don't want to be accused of recklessly misusing the word fascist. Most of all, I don't want to be accused of hypocrisy because I periodically accuse others of recklessly misusing the word fascist.
For both of us.
Oh, good. Mushrooms are one of those unusual class of drugs. Most drugs seem to make you want to eat. Mushrooms, they make you not hungry. Why do people need to take Ozempic? They could just take mushrooms every day. It would cost the same, probably. You probably don't even need to eat that many mushrooms to. Your just goal is to not be hungry. Your stomach's already like, no, these things are fucking disgusting. Don't put anything else. No, I'm explaining why I don't want those. Because mushrooms make you not hungry.
I'm jelly. I wish I wasn't hungry.
It's not a commentary on you whatsoever.
I went against my own rules in my Discord by accident. I posted a not safe for work song.
What was it?
What was it?
Was it not, this shit ain't safe for work?
No. It's called Pussy Palace.
We're talking about cats.
Yeah.
That's an odd singer. I was not expecting that. Like, where is it? It was that your wife posted a song called Pussy Palace. I'd be like, Rachel? You got somebody else's wife. That doesn't sound like Rachel.
It's a Lily Allen song.
Oh. So there was some conclusion really I was getting to with that whole a witness thing, which I got somewhat lost in the explanation here. I wonder if I can recall what it was exactly. You know, he's probably right about the forgiveness thing. like I was being very legalistic there, and say I can continue to deem you a liar forever without while still forgiving you. Well, that wasn't a very fair argument. While technically correct, I'm gonna give it a failing grade. Because, it's like extensional pruning. I just said I'd install your air conditioner, not that it would work when I was done. Technically, true, but should not be the winning argument, right?
Are you going outside?
Yes, I think I am. I like how you come with me. I don't know how much live streaming I got left in me. I'm feeling remarkably tired. The mushroom gods do truly give me what I need and what I want. And what I needed today was more compassion for a witness and understanding and less condemnation. Unless I'm wrong and he genuinely is just a troll, in which case he wins. In which case he wins, because I don't believe it. I don't believe he's a troll. So, if he is, and pulled off this amazing trolling for this long, you win, a witness. You have successfully trolled me. I'm pretty hard to troll. So it's like a gold medal.
I have a question for you.
Yes, darling.
How do your feet feel being in, like, what would you call a full covered foot shoe?
It feels fine outside. It feels better outside. Do you want to switch sides since the wind seems to be blowing? I mean, it's going to just change direction. Whatever side I stand on, Rachel, the wind usually switches and just blow right towards her again.
No, but I mean, like, how does it feel for your feet to be in
what's that sound?
sneakers?
Oh, it's the neighbors. Sorry.
Yeah.
I thought it was coming from inside our house. I was like, where is their audio coming from inside of our house? I assumed it was like, the TV shouldn't be doing its thing right now. It does. The TV does its thing that we don't like. Although it's probably good because I usually remember to turn it off now. It's got this sleep screen, so you just leave it on, and it just sleeps to different things it shows. But then one day I decided I wanted to start playing uninvited audio. Just as this bland music just starts blasting from the living room. Because, often I have the TV turned up higher, and then I'll adjust the volume on the computer, So I want the maximum possible volume to be louder than I'm ever going to really have it, a little bit. It also gets different channels have different volumes. So like sometimes you watch one, like ESPN will be at this volume, and then like Fox will be at a much louder
that's so
volume and stuff.
annoying. I never realized that.
Yeah, so I have to have the TV up pretty loud, and then I adjust accordingly on the computer. So then when the TV goes to sleep and starts playing music, it's at 100% of itself, It's like blah blah blah, and bland, just like causing the speakers to have problems. So loud, and we're sleeping. It's like, oh my God, what is that?
Do I wake up too?
No, you don't wake up. I wake up. It wakes me up like instantly. If you're still awake, you probably have headphones on so you don't even hear it. Oh, it's absolutely gorgeous out.
Yeah, it is.
This is a nice little bit of autumn foliage. If I were my dad, I'd be like, I hate sweeping up these leaves. I'm going to cut these trees down.
Yeah.
Here's another thought, Dad. Maybe just don't sweep up the leaves. Every once in a while, I'll get out here and blow it because I don't like how it gets stuck on the bottom of my shoes. Or flip-flops usually, but
They're coming. They're coming.
yeah. I am in this couple of day desert seeking for an oasis of flip-flops because I have no
That's what I was
flip-flops right
asking
now.
about your shoes. Like, how do your feet feel?
Oh, it feels better when I'm outside in shoes. Like, this is how I should be outside, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm loving not having flip-flops when I'm outside, but I don't love not having flip-flops inside because I take my shoes off and on a lot. Like when I'm watching TV, I want to take my shoes off, put my feet up, and then I'm never very settled. I just like 5 minutes later get down, put my flip-flops back on, go to the bathroom, do whatever. Can't do that with shoes. It's more of a hassle.
You
Also,
have
it's
to,
like
commit. Like, either you're gonna be taking them off and then putting them back on, and doing it, or wear them the whole time, which is what I do.
yeah, and then there's the psychological effect of if you're in slip-ons, it feels like you're in your house slippers or something. That is somehow nicer for the carpets. If you wear them everywhere outside and everything, then it's just insanity. But it feels that way. And feelings don't care if things are saying or right or correct or whatever. They just are. And that's their job and their appropriate thing. We don't need to hold them to the standards of correctness. Oh, what lovely light right now, too. It's like if I were going to make a film of right there, I'd say, well, this is good lighting. Hey, how convenient. We were going to film right here. And now look at this beautiful lighting. Unfortunately, I didn't have pre-existing plans to film right here. There's nothing right here really worth filming. So the lighting is kind of going to a waste. But if I did have a reason to film right here, I'd say, wow, what good lighting. Oh yeah, I need to spend more time outside. One of the things that I'm super unconscious about appreciating, like base slot SE, you know. I always like to say, you know, like, oh, look at the views. Why are we looking at things? What is the purpose of looking at things? Why could that possibly be fun? Because it's a beautiful view. I just say things like that, but I really am super unconscious towards looking at things. I guess that would make me a bad Kim Jong-un. I like to go places and look at things and point at them. I see. It's proof that he's supervising. He's on the job supervising. See that pile of stuff right there? I'm pointing at it. You can consider it completely supervised at this point.
That's good. I'm glad you did that though.
I'm looking at it and I'm pointing at it.
That's good. I see.
I thought there was some very excellent writing in the commercials about young homeowners don't become your parents. In general, there's a lot of good writing in there. But one of my favorites is they show this guy, he's standing up next to the TV. The doctor guy goes, yeah, sit down. You're watching TV, not supervising it. That's great writing, man. What a great line. Whoever came up with that must have been like, bang!
Did your dad used to do that?
I don't think my dad did that. That's actually,
you do that?
I do that. I think it's a weak SI thing, you know? Maybe a weak but conscious SI thing. I don't know, maybe Delilah. I can imagine Delilah doing that as well. And she's SI 5th, so I don't know. I don't see it as being something STJs would do though. STJs are like, now I'm watching TV. This is how I watch TV.
My mom.
Now I'm getting up to do a thing.
Right. Like my mom would come home, she would start like dinner in the crock pot and then sit in front of the TV forever, like, for however long. But she would plant herself there for a while.
Yeah. Same with ESFJ. They know how to sit down. Sitting down is not a problem for them. Sitting down could be a problem for me. I think, probably ESFJs, ISFJs, they're less subject to existential terror than other types. Because they know what it's all about. Being comfortable, having good relationships with multiple people, sustaining those over time, I've got enough on my plate keeping up with all these people's birthdays and calling them periodically and stuff. I don't know. What do you mean existential terror? Sounds like you just need to call some people or something. But it's true for me when I'm feeling existential terror or some other kind of distress. Calling people is helpful. Calling Delilah, calling Cameron.
I called Katie to check up to see how she's doing.
That's good. And I think it's probably extremely important for both of our mental health to maintain individual personal relationships, not just, it's like on some level I just thought, well, I can get all my socializing from here and I already have a individual personal relationship right here. But but the reality is life is more than just one IRL relationship, and it's important to sustain the people who've been important to you,
It is.
And also that it doesn't have to be hugely burdensome either. Just make some more phone calls. But I'm just talking about myself here, you know. I'm not saying what you should do, Rachel, or anything.
No, make some calls is good.
For the record, Winston's mom is saying I'm correct in the way Eric only thinks he is. I mean, I'm correct in a very clearly defined way. People can be something other than that. They might misuse the word correct, but my form of correct includes the metric by which things are evaluated as correct for everybody to use as they see fit. Of course, people can't really use it because they have to be already pretty correct. They have to be already correct in their general way of being to use those things. So it's kind of misleading to say, well, here's the public key. You can evaluate everything yourself just as well as I can and determine that what I'm saying is correct because it's not of my authorship. Even if it is, that's not relevant to its correctness. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. Everything I say is of my authorship, really, in some sense, but I find that to be just a burden and a barrier because it's what people focus on instead of the actual thing. It's like, here's this thing I'm saying, and here's the tool that I'm using to determine if it's correct, and you can check it yourself with this tool. They say, what you're saying, huh? They focus on the me part. Yeah, okay, it is what I'm saying. Like, that's the source of the words. But forgetting about that, here's the thing that I'm using to check to see if it's correct. So you can check to see if I'm correct on my own metric even. And you can use it to check anything to see if it's correct according to this metric, right? Of correctness. Oh, that's what you say, huh, Eric? You're really missing the point. You really are just so much missing the point. I should just make everything be a quote of somebody. I make up some guy, right? Well, the quote, Jacob de Rossington, and then I just say what I'm saying, right? You'll be like, oh, wow. And if Jacob de Rossington said it, then that's fine. Then we can check to see if it's accurate. But if you said it, Eric, then obviously you're just too biased. About what even? People are funny. I don't know. I guess everybody's alternative to their way of being is gonna seem either funny, offensive, or something. You think you're so right. I don't think I'm so right per se. I think these words, those words, these other words, they're so right. And since I'm the one who's saying them, yes, I am right. But that's not the important part. That's the least important part of all. You're like, oh, now you're trying to claim the status of correct for yourself. It's just incidental that I happen to be correct and irrelevant, part of my subjective self-concept or something. How could this guy possibly be objective? He's saying he's correct. Oh, the screen went away. Thank you, darling.
You're welcome.
Why does it do that? Just stay awake.
I know, right?
The chat's still moving. It should just stay awake. It's like, even if it's not moving very much, an occasional change in the chat should inform it that that thing is still active, you know?
You would think.
Well, I've actually hypothesized before about this. I'm going to try it. I bet if instead of pausing this, I just mute it, then it won't go to sleep.
That's probably true.
I usually pause it because I don't need to see myself on the screen up there. I can see myself just fine on the screen right here. And there's nothing to see
Yeah, I would
anyways.
have paused it too. Yeah.
There's just nothing to see. The point of this live stream is not to show you things, okay?
Dog.
I don't have a lot of things to show you. When I do show you things, it's mostly like, I guess I'm totally out of ideas. You want to go look at some stuff?
That's not so bad.
It's not so bad. Nothing wrong with looking at stuff, you know? It's just not the first thing that comes to my mind, I guess. People sometimes complain, like, used to more about the visual quality or the lighting or something in the background. I was like, what? Why are you even here? What in the world are you thinking about while I'm talking words? Oh, I'm way behind on this show. That was a long time ago when I was outside doing that.
I know, this is crazy. I don't want to watch this.
You don't want to watch this?
I don't, it's like, I don't know.
It make you feel like you don't know what time period you're in right now? Am I outside? Am I inside?
It's just like that happened so long ago.
Right, it wasn't that long. It was like still today.
Yeah, I know.
But I feel you, dog. You don't want to live in the past. It's like I'm forcing SI on you.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
You don't want any involuntary SI. That was yesterday, 2 days ago, a week ago, hour ago, all the same to me.
Thank you for understanding.
Merlin, there's one thing you can reliably expect of me. I mean, not 100% of the time, but very close. You can expect me to understand things, even if it's not the appropriate modality of doing a certain thing. Like, hey, let's dig a ditch. Well, I understand why you want this ditch dug, the advantages of digging it. I understand all the arguments for and against digging this ditch. No, I'm telling you to dig the ditch. This is an example where understanding is not really the ideal modality, right? But if you want me to understand you, us, and our behavior and why things happen like that, well, I can't not understand.
Well, but that's good though, because I'm so used to people not understanding.
Almost nobody does.
Thank you.
Even understanders by nature are going to be stymied in their understanding until they encounter cognitive functions.
Mm-hmm.
I was stymied in my understanding entirely until I encountered cognitive functions. I have Jung to thank for my correctness as much as anybody else.
Mm. And then you took his stuff and expanded on it.
Right, well, I I was at dead end spots where I said, okay, well, this is just an area where it's not subject to correctness, I guess, or we don't know, or I don't have an argument for it. I don't know what the right answer is. I kept encountering places like that, you know. I'd follow lines and thought, well, maybe this thing, and then I'd run into some problem, you know. I spent a lot of time trying to figure out what truth was at a time when I already had all the information at my disposal to understand exactly what it was. That one, I didn't even need cognitive functions, right? I understood exactly what it is without cognitive functions. But somehow, cognitive functions, nevertheless, jogged loose even questions like that where I was stuck on and made me understand, oh, these things are mostly what it made me understand is that you can't correctly articulate anything in full, and many things get stuck by an artificial removal of the thing from a person. So, like, what is knowledge? Is a difficult question if you don't recognize that, oh, knowing is a way of paying attention that some individual does. That's an easy question to answer, right? Super easy. If you don't have cognitive functions, how the fuck are you going to answer that question? What is knowledge? Oh, God. Well, it's a term that refers to this kind of information. It's an unanswerable question. With cognitive functions, it's easy to answer. What's knowledge? It's the artifact of a way of somebody paying attention in a knowing fashion. It's distinct from deliberation in these very clear and measurable ways. It's incredibly simple and easy once you have the right lexicographical tools. And that's the motherfucking power of language. Man, language is everything. Knowledge is justified true belief. No, that's not correct. People use the word I know as distinct from I believe because they're trying to assert that they have certainty about it and that therefore you should too. When we remember, it also really helps to factor in the reality that people engage in rhetoric. One individual is engaging in some kind of rhetoric. That's only relevant in certain circumstances. The individual is not always going to be relevant, right? It's always informative, but not always relevant. That's what makes it a metaphor. Always informative, not always relevant.
I opened up the Peanuts and the Dodgers won.
We're good. Now, by eating the rest of them, you can ensure the game's not overturned. Can people be wrong about whether they know something? Yeah, absolutely. People are wrong about their knowledge all the time. You know, intuition is a form of knowing. I know why those people put up those blinds. It's because they're mad at me and they used to not care about whether we saw in their house, but now they don't trust us anymore. They put up those blinds. Maybe you've got lots of good data to inform you of that stuff. And then it turns out in the actual reality, the person was just waiting for them to get delivered and they finally got delivered and they put them up, you know? That's an actual reality that we experienced. Where the neighbors assuredly knew with their intuition that we put up those blinds so that they wouldn't look in the house because now we were mad at them because I had yelled at them the night before because I was tripping balls and I thought they were saying that they were going to film me to as evidence of me being loud or something, which they were not saying that at all. Anyway, I yelled at them, and then the next day I put up these blinds. But the blinds we've just been waiting for, they were going to go there no matter what. They assuredly thought, oh my God, now those people don't like us for some reason that we couldn't possibly understand because this tripping balls guy is yelling at us and about things that are not relevant to anything that we're doing or talking about, you know? Yeah, people can be, they can't be wrong about whether they know something, but their knowledge can be wrong. So I know that this is my bong. Okay. It it turns out actually my knowledge is wrong. This is Rachel's bong that I stole from her. But in the moment when I think about what I know this is my bong because it's a bong I use all the time, right? But technically, it's not even my bong. So now do I know it's Rachel's bong that I stole from her? Well, yeah, but it could turn out my memory's faulty too. And that, in fact, when we bought it the first time, I, for some reason, said, now technically, Rachel, this bong belongs to me. And I've just forgotten about that. Yes, that's certainly plausible. There are two ways of knowing. You can know with your intuition or holistically, and you can know with your experience. Your memories can be faulty, absolutely. Whether or not you know something from your memory, whether or not you remember it, you could lie, but accepting that, then you're not going to be wrong about whether you remember it. But your memory might be wrong. Well, I mean, that's circular reasoning, though, Sage. If you go, my point is that that definition is ridiculous because it doesn't take into account how knowing actually occurs at all. Whereas it just tries to produce a set distinction between things that qualify as being known in the world and things that don't, right? Well, what qualifies as justified and true belief? Like, we know that the earth is round. If knowing is something that people do, then we don't get to know that the earth is globular anymore. Maybe it's flat. No, we've determined that the earth is globular. We know it, okay? And in that case, our knowledge is not going to turn out to be wrong. But the reason it's not going to be wrong is because it's been determined by people who are determiners, who can then pass on the results of their determination to people who want to just know and not have to understand. So knowledge is not a preferable way of determining the truth of something. I mean, it's neither here nor there, right? Knowledge doesn't inform you at all about whether something's true. What does inform you about whether something's true or accurate or correct is determination, calculation. And that is different than knowledge. It's the alternative epistemic in terms of ways of paying attention. You can determine in two different ways, though, right? I can determine with my feelings what I want, what I don't want, what's important to me, what's not. Or I can determine with language correctly. Those are the two choices. I can determine correctness in general, or I can determine correctness for me. Obviously, determining correctness for me is not a good way to determine the shape of the earth. And the thing is, this makes so much sense that if you don't just suddenly replace your existing paradigms regarding knowledge and justified true belief and epistemics and stuff like that with this, then you're just being either married to that academically for some reason, stubborn, or you're lacking in NI, lacking in the clear and obvious answer versus gobbledygook. Or you're just, steel testing, like making sure your argumentation, you're throwing whatever arguments you can against it to make sure that it's as obviously true as it obviously is, which is fine. I respect that. But the thing is, there's no way to not replace your understanding of epistemology with this unless you're preferring vagueness over actual specific answers. That's how powerful cognitive functions are. And remember, the beautiful thing about cognitive functions, I didn't come up with it. Was not my idea. It was someone else's genius idea that allowed me to be correct about a bunch of other stuff. Because people absolutely despise the notion that somebody might currently be doing any kind of revolutionary intellectual work, especially philosophy, that's distinct and absolutely undefinably preferable to existing paradigms and alternatives in the status quo now. People are absolutely diametrically opposed to that in every way, shape, or form. They hate that idea. Because philosophy is supposed to be mushy and a bunch of people not having the definitive answers, but positing various explanations for things, claiming each of those is definitive in its limited scope. Of course, imagine the nightmare of understanding full argumentation. So what everyone's doing wrong and everything argumentationally. And how they're abusing the whole idea of argumentation and doing these various things that they're doing. Also, having the benefit of cognitive functions and being naturally a philosopher or whatever, having this much understanding of everything and realizing that it does not it does not bring to you truth seekers, because people aren't truth seekers per se, they're seekers. They want to seek. They don't want the answer. They want to engage intellectually with what someone else is saying. They don't want to be taught. It doesn't matter how much preferable it is for them to be equipped with these individual, independent, correct ideas. That's not what they want, because they're them now, and they're not. People don't engage with other people through a frame of utility of how this engagement is going to improve them later, unless they're taking a class. And the kind of improvement that being correct affords you is not measurable in utilitarian ways. It may not even be beneficial to be correct. Let's face it, it's not at all beneficial. It's just a cost to be correct. If you evaluate things on an individual metric, prioritizing correctness is utilitarianly bad for your self-interest. But like anybody else, I can only be who I am. And people want to, they want to interface with me about topics. They don't want me to shoot them down and tell them the truth. But I don't want to talk about topics that have been resolved as though they were still open. And is a strong absolute value for me. So it means to be an intuition dom, right? I'm all about possibilities, but I'm a dominant NE user. I know where we don't want any just as vividly as I know where we do. And that's what it means to value NI. That's what it means to be at any Dom, is to say, I'm happiest most myself when the words I'm saying pop and impact, have impact. But I'm FE conscious, so I'm going to be looking to see, to some extent, how much they pop and have impact based on tangible results. But really, that's not really true. I trust my intuition more than I trust tangible results sometimes. I know what pops, regardless of whether people agree with it. So, I retract that previous thing. Nevertheless, I guess the truth that explains the bad expectation was that on some level, I guess I've always expected that having the best answers was inherently attractive. And the underlying assumption that was wrong was that people want to engage with somebody in a live stream in order to get correct answers. Nobody wants to do that, obviously. Nobody goes to a live stream so that they can be corrected. Because people don't uphold as an absolute value having the correct answer, except for a tiny fraction of people, I get INTJs, INFJs stick around here. Might also get some NI-polar types who just like the ample amount of extroverted intuition in the mix, and the welcoming space for extrovertedly intuiting. But you'll note that I don't tolerate bad NI very well. I tolerate bad NE with just kind of like, okay. But I don't tolerate bad NI well at all. That's why people come in with their, I'm retaining my semen. Give me, I feel so different. It's so amazing. Like, you dumbass. Your NI is all wrong. Or people thinking all kinds of crazy things because you get a few data points that all make something seem sus, and they go, that's just some kind of big conspiracy sus thing. When there are many possible explanations besides the one you're jumping to, right? Like that meteor in the sky. My neighbor, I don't mind his bad NI in this regard. I like this kind of NI, actually, even though it's speculative NI. But what's going on with that thing is displaying unusual properties for an interstellar object. Is it maybe like a space probe, like an alien probe coming to gather data on us? It's got kind of, depending on how you phrase things, it's got weird radio waves coming off of it. In fact, you could phrase it as, scientists are baffled by these radio signals. Well, really, it's like they expect a radio signature of meow, and it's like, that's actually more like meow. Whereas it makes it sound like they're sending out radio signals rather than just the naturally occurring radio signals of the thing moving through space. Anyway, that's just how people are. They like to We like to put 2 and 2 and 2 together and see the devil. Because there's 3 2s, and 3 2s make 6. That's 3 6s, and 6 6 is the sign of the devil. That's NI run amok. To add 2 and 2 and 2 and answer the devil is NI run amok. That's a perfect example of terrible NI, right? 2 plus 2 plus 2 equals the devil. After all, you got 3 2s. Add up to 6. 3 6s equals the devil. Yeah, that kind of stuff. It's just like, okay, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? What's your point? My point is that 2 is demonic. Okay? The number 2 is demonic. That's why I banned all 2s from my home. You see right here. How many 2s do you see right here? 0 2s. Why? Because 2 is demonic. That's why we don't have any 2s in the house. I can't think of a single place in the house. Well, maybe on the calendar, actually. What I should do, I need to go in there and cross out all the 2s. This seems like a good activity. Let's go cross out all the 2s on the calendar. What do you think? Just 1 month's worth of 2s, okay? Because 2 is the devil. Thanks to my wonderful extroverted intuition. I mean, introverted intuition. Okay. What's that?
November 2nd.
Today's Sunday. Yeah, it's the 2nd. Are you saying, do we maybe have trash day tomorrow? Oh. Oh, I was thinking, do we have trash day tomorrow?
No, but I did write.
No 2s. We're going to cross out today's 2. There's a 2 and 12. Gotta get rid of that guy. We're going to get rid of this 2 here. Okay? There's a 22. Oh, this is a terrible day. 22 is just 1 2 away from the devil. Oh, no. I forgot. All of the 20s. They all have 2s. Get out of here, you 2s. There. I made our calendar safer this month. Oh no! Look at the year. 2025. This is not 2,222, I guess. Alright, there. I've made us safe from 2s, everybody. I've made us safe from 2s. I've also learned that tomorrow is not trash day.
No, but I made it so that you know when it is.
I know. That's the only reason I even think we have a calendar. Is so that I know whether it's trash day or not. And how do I know? Nah, the calendar doesn't have that natural on it. Rachel went and wrote trash every 2 weeks. That was really good. That was good, and Eric needs this. And I'm going to provide it because it takes a little bit of SE, not that much SE, not that much T. I just go 2 weeks. And something that, you might be like, so what? Makes a huge impact. What if 1 week we don't remember to take the trash out? or get confused or put it out a week early or something.
I can see
I can't
that
keep track of that shit
happening.
happening. And then all of a sudden, since now we're on every other week trash to save money, which we can do no problem. But if we were to miss the trash, ooh.
Oh, that's
Ooh, that'd be bad. So this is excellent NI knowing that doing this is going to make a big impact. That's the problem with being an INFJ is that a lot of the stuff you do has massive impacts, but looks from the outside like a little thing. So you don't necessarily get credit for doing anything. Like the guy in World War II who said, because they had this ongoing problem with this is the range of our fighters, this is the range of our bombers. We need our fighters to accompany our bombers, but our bombers can go further than our fighters, and we want to bomb over here. We've already bombed here, right? And everybody in the military was stumped. And this one guy on the base said, why don't we take some of those 50-gallon drums and fill them with gas and weld them to the wings. And all of a sudden the fighter's range was extended a bunch. And then somebody else said, I heard this on this interview with a veteran guy, he said to the captain, why doesn't somebody give that guy a medal? And the captain's just like, that's an INFJ, right? Coming up with something that, because after it seems so obvious to everybody. Why not just do that? Well, anybody could have come up with that idea. But not anybody did. Nobody did. Until some NI-DOM, probably a TE NI-DOM at the time, probably an INTJ was like, how about we fill those, I see some 50-gallon drums over there. Why don't we fill this up? A weld to the wings. I can already solve in my head how we're going to siphon the gas, blah, 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 because I'm a TE user. And he didn't get a medal at all. I would never even heard of this guy, except for this other guy who was, he was an aviator who went and fought missions, right? You never hear about the guy on the ground who comes up with a brilliant idea. And probably just like whoever the general was, or what do they call it in Air Force? Do they still call generals in Air Force? I don't know. You know how they're called admirals in Navy? But whoever the general was in charge of that, he probably was like, "It's for me. I'm the guy who came up with the two extra things of fuel on the wings." And they're probably like, "Great idea, Todd. You did a great job of having somebody under you come up with that idea." And not giving him any credit. That's that specifically is INTJ life, but I'm gonna just generally say INFJ life. Like everyone's flummoxed. How are we gonna get past this little problem? How about this obvious solution? They get to the other side. I wish this useless person wouldn't be so useless. We did come up with that one idea, but it was so obvious anybody could have come up with that. INFJ life. I try to recognize the significance of things that Rachel NIs, but that's because I'm NI absolute value. I love it. I love good NI, and I'm offended by reckless NI. Like, especially like S heavy reckless NI. Like, I'm retaining my semen, and it's giving me so much more energy. Like shit like that. I just go, oh, you are clearly S above N. and you have NI. That's nobody thinks that stuff except for like ESFPs, ESTPs maybe. ESTPs are a little more critical, a lot more critical. Who thinks that stuff? Maybe INTJs would think that too. In that case, they're letting they're showing their weak SE, weak S rather than strong N. INTJs seem to be into, well, it makes perfectly good sense actually. Like INFJs are just oblivious to their SI. INTJs are oblivious to their SI and come up with solutions for what they think is SI. Like, well, we're gonna have all these diets, and we're gonna exercise this much, and we're gonna do all these things. I'm sure, it's all very well backed by the best research and science and stuff. But still, end of the day, I don't feel good. It's a specific problem with a specific solution that's individuated to that person. And it's not, you can't generalize overall bypass that reality, There are some things you can do in terms of like diet and exercise stuff if you are addressing specific problems like, oh, I have too high of an A1C count. Well, obviously diet is going to be a huge factor in addressing that specific problem. Or I have I have a chicken allergy. I've never heard of anybody have a chicken allergy before. Don't eat chicken is a good advice for somebody who has a chicken allergy. Have you ever heard of anybody who's allergic to chicken? That has to be the rarest allergy in the world. Like if they're, oh no, duck, I'm fine. Goose is fine. Uh, you know, guinea fowl are fine. Quails. If I eat the bite of chicken though, my throat starts to constrict. I burst out in hives. Has anybody ever heard of a chicken allergy? I don't think anybody in the world is allergic to chicken. Although, I think there's some super rare condition, maybe I'm making this up, where babies are born allergic to their mother's milk. So if you can be allergic to that, then you can be allergic to anything. I may be making that up. Maybe Winston's mom will do me the favor of Googling it and finding out. Is it true that some babies are born allergic to their own mother's milk? I wonder if there's somebody who has an allergy to water, not to internally water it, but they're only allergic if water hits their skin, they start to break out. And they've had to spend their life taking showers in dry cleaning chemicals. When they flush, they have to make sure the water doesn't splash up. So they always sit up a little bit from the toilet to make sure they don't get any drops of water on them. That would be an odd allergy to have. Obviously, I'm feeling my mushrooms right now because what have I stopped doing entirely? Reading the chat. I keep looking through the window like, oh, I can see it from here. And I go like, oh, that's a lot of words to read. Ah, that sounds hard. I am curious though. Regarding my question of whether babies are ever born allergic to their own mother's milk. I think I absolutely took the right amount of mushrooms today. I had separated out meow amount and then squished it all up, and I didn't end up. I put some of it back. Like, I'm not gonna put it back in the bag because it's all smashed up already. But I'll put that bag back in the bag, And I think I nailed it. Of course, I wasn't sure how I was gonna go with with Wellbutrin and mushrooms, but I think they're a good combination. It's probably it depends what you want, I guess. Certainly, I'm much more impacted by the serotonin aspects of mushrooms on the Wellbutrin, I think. More yawning, more actual feeling tired and stuff than I would if I were on Adderall. But on the plus side, there's less of the, I don't know if it's plus or not, but there's less of the unrestrained mania aspect that goes along with adding up and taking mushrooms, where you're sprung. I don't know what you call that. Like, they got names for these combinations of drugs the kids do these days, like like candy striping or something is a combination of MDMA and mushrooms, something like that. They should have a name for amphetamines and mushrooms. I'm mean tripping. I'm I'm more callous. Of course, I'm just being myself in a weird way. Not a self I want to be. Um, but not a self I want to forsake entirely either. Where instead of continuing to, I mean, the thing is, there's ongoing battle, right, between do I want to interface with people in a way they want to be interfaced with, and incur the reality that to whatever extent I'm making progress is progress of a different kind, and then I'm then then it's considered progress in the frame of reference that I'm most comfortable using, right? And can I as well? The thing is, I could, but it probably wouldn't be fun for me at all. Not that yelling at people and telling them how wrong they are and stuff is. It usually is not necessarily fun for me. Sometimes it's fun. Like when I'm on mushrooms and I'm just laying into whomever for being so wrong. It's fun, and I generally don't even feel bad about it because chances are they've built up a lot of having it coming. But the absolute value, ultimately, that I want to make sure I don't, that I don't fail to uphold is actually FI, you know. When I'm meowing somebody, I guess the faulty assumption here is one of like an Enneagram 8, which says if you're not seeing correctness, then I'm not delivering it forcibly enough. Or my dad would call it the bigger hammer theory, but just as bad as just as ill-conceived a notion rhetorically as it is in the physical world. Eric, you seem to think every problem you face, you need a bigger hammer. Because I'm frustrated trying to do this horrible TESE shit. It's like expecting it to go easy and then there's some problems. It's like, oh fuck, I want it to be over as quickly as possible. I want there to be additional, you've unlocked a new problem to solve. Yeah, I wish I had enough FI awareness at the time to say, no, I understand that I'm doing this poorly. It's because I don't want to do this at all. I understand that I have to, and I should try to do a better job of it. But I want you to understand that I do now and always will hate every minute of this. I couldn't do that to my dad without explaining the whole thing. He never listened to me at all, so the only way I could do, I could tell him something like that, even in my memories, would be as part of an explanation, a larger explanation, which I know full well he would not have heard a word of it. It's like even when I circumvented this problem, like I was suggesting, I wanted my dad to consider taking mushrooms for his depression. This was very not that long before he died because he didn't inform me he was depressed for not very long before. I was just oblivious. Just I was the idiot that I was at the time, right? And that's the bottom line. Instead of saying like I did the best I could at the time, no, I don't accept that because the best I could do is independent of the time. But I do accept I was the idiot that I was at the time, and I was too dumb and idiotic to prioritize the right things, recognize things that should have been obvious, too ignoring, etc., too young and uninformed. So I can't accept that that was the best I could have done. I can't accept that I was the too much of an idiot then. And while I can get mad at idiots, blame them for their stupidity, etc., it was genuine stupidity, accident, like, it wasn't malicious at all, then it's not a crime, It's not something that somebody should be condemned for. I condemn myself a lot for my failures, but I need to remember I was a complete fucking idiot. Why am I expecting an idiot like that to succeed? It's like, I love the self I am now. I don't need to love that self that I was then. And I don't need that self's failure to make me hate my current self. As usual, the mushroom gods give me what I need, not what I want or expect. I never thought any of that before. It's really helpful. It shouldn't surprise me that that idiot was so retarded. And that's not a reason for me to hate myself. It's a reason for me to just feel sad for that idiot who was too idiotic to realize what a fucking idiot they were. I wouldn't even condemn somebody for idiocy. Just roll your eyes at it and feel sorry for them. I wish I could take that approach more in life instead of trying to correct and fix. Idiots can't help that they're idiots. Me telling them that won't help. And they might become non-idiots as I have become a non-idiot. I've become a whole person who respects and does his best to engage with his difficult to access FI, and I'm much less successfully engaging with SE, but I'm coming around too. And it goes to show you that you can't understand everything intellectually and expect to have results either. I had to understand things through the other kind of deliberation method, the other kind of determination method of preciousness and the losing of things that are precious. It didn't matter how much I understood anything intellectually before, I was always going to be a complete idiot until I accepted the correctness of the other determination function as well within its frame of reference. Wow, this has really been an incredibly transformative, I mean to say, transformative week. I'm so grateful for the panic attack slash lows that I had the other day, which seemed to allow me to go from maladaptive grief into something healthy and freeing. It seemed to dislodge the stuck without a plan, not doing anything reality as well. So it helped with SE a lot too. And this mushroom trip has been amazingly informative. I don't have to be the same person that made those mistakes. And I don't even have to hate that guy because he was just a fucking idiot. Didn't know anything. He knew all kinds of things. He understood all kinds of things, but he didn't understand what was important to understand for this kind of situation. In that regard, he was a complete idiot. And accordingly, I am not that guy anymore, that's for sure. Nothing like being run through the emotional ringer to force some wisdom on you, whether you want it or not. So, that idiot got what he deserved. But even so, I wouldn't wish ill on somebody just because they're an idiot. Um, but most of all, I'm not that guy. And not only is it wrong for me to hate that guy because he was a tard, not malicious, but even if I did hate him, that's not me. I'm not the guy who did those things. I'm the guy who learned from that idiot's fuck ups. And that goes all the way back to all of my fuck ups. It's hard to forgive yourself when you're abhorrent to hypocrisy. I don't want to be condemning behavior. Man, I'd be guilty of it myself at any point, right? In past, present, future. But I got to remember that I'm not that idiot that was that person before, that unwise mess. I am this guy now who's learned from all those things. And I don't need to hate myself. I should love myself because learning all those lessons was extremely painful. So I need to be comforted, not condemned. And I'm a man of words, so I should be responsible enough to use them to comfort myself rather than condemn myself when I'm not the person who did those things. I'm the person who learned from the person who did those things. I've already paid all the debt to society many times over. In self-punishment. Hard to forgive yourself. It's easy to forgive some other idiot. But Eric, aren't you trying to separate off your responsibility for those things you did? Yeah, I am. Because I'm tired of paying for it ontologically. On a very special episode of Talking with Famous People today, some important life lessons are learned. And instead of laughing today, we can expect some thoughtful and approving applause. But muted, because of the serious topic. Wow, mushrooms are amazing. This isn't a bad thing or a sad thing. This is a rite of passage in some sense. Yeah, I got the rest of my life in front of me, and I feel like I got a new lease on life in general. Like, I feel like I'm done sitting around waiting to die as a thing all of the past. I got shit going forward, shit going on. I got adult style contingency plans and stuff. Rachel doesn't love contingencies because that's the alternative to, you know, a settled assumption that I think both of us have been operating under the assumption that we're going to be here forever. Having that disrupted at all was obviously just distressing to her. But to some extent, that's about being an adult too. Like, let's just not think about how sustainable we are with a time frame of like the next couple of years, but let's actually address the elephant in the room of there are layers and layers of stuff. So I mean, it's not. I don't want to give the wrong impression that this is like being a real adult, but it's being responsible and thinking in frames of 5 or 10 years rather than shorter. When you live your life paycheck to paycheck, as I did and Rachel did, the thing about having money is you have to shift your time frame of analysis, and that's challenging. It's like, well, we're not just good for this month; we're good for like 6 months or something. Well, what are we worrying about? It's 6 months is a long time from now. That's like childhood kind of thinking in a way, you know. ESTJs, they think much more practical and go, all right, well, I'm not worried about whether we're going to be okay for 6 months. I need to know that we're running a surplus, not a deficit long term. We need long term solutions that guarantee our well being, even if problems X, Y, and Z occur. You know, it's a totally different frame of reference. And it's a frame of reference that I'm switching into, you know. Rachel says I'm taking accountability for what was done. Yeah, I mean, I think that's my point is that I've done nothing but take accountability for it in my head or out loud or whatever, mostly in my head, but for every bad thing I've done, all the way back to fucking childhood, um, since since my since I'm not exactly sure how long, for a long time, you know, I started getting in this space where I just had this intrusive thoughts about. There was that one time that I did that fucked up thing. I hate myself. There was one time I did that fucked up thing. You know, literally all the way back to childhood. And I'm not talking about criminal stuff, you know. I'm not talking about like big murdery whatever things, but emotional stuff can be on the same scope and scale as criminal stuff. It's just not something we engage with legally, you know. Like cheating on someone is not a crime and shouldn't be a crime, but it's a moral crime for sure, and it has definite victim, you know, and the victim suffers a lot. So it's appropriate that I've suffered a lot from having done that. But that was 34 years ago. I think it's time to just say that fucking tard is not me anymore, and I refuse to feel bad any longer to the extent I can possibly do so for my retarded previous selves, retarded behaviors. I get it. Maybe the thing I don't get it. I'm not cutting myself any slack because I've been relentlessly not cutting myself slack about it for such a long time. So maybe it's time now that I get to get out of jail and be free again, you know. Maybe I've paid my debt to society. I don't know if knowing that, determining this on mushrooms is going to literally be like, what do you call it? Epiphany. Every time I hear the word epiphany, I think of that blonde girl at UCLA having an epiphany. You're like, and then every time we're about to have like an epiphany, it's like chong chong choo chong chong. Yeah, it's a racist video. And this Asian guy made this hilarious song about it. And in fact, at UCLA, they had no longer in operation, I don't think. They had a Chinese restaurant called Ting Tong Ling Long Chinese food. Just he's like, Ting Tong, Ting Tong. What a hilarious lady and whole story. I don't remember what I was talking about when I got sidetracked by epiphany. Oh, right. That's what I got sidetracked by. I still don't remember what I was talking about. But, right, I don't necessarily think this change is going to be epiphanestic. But I will say that this is the first time I've had these thoughts, and they come at the end of a bunch of other, like, log jam comes loose, right? In a lot of different areas, intellectually, whatever, creatively, ontologically, I was in a log jam, and then the other day when I had those like panic attacks and stuff, I was really in my unconscious functions, and it was very painful and distressing, It like cleared out this log jam, and I feel like everything's moving forward again after this extended period of pseudo action / grief. It's crazy. I really feel like a new lease on life, and also I don't even have diabetes. Not that I was super stressed about that because I didn't feel like I was experiencing any symptoms from it except for having to pee a lot at night. But I think it's the same thing I went to the doctor about when it first started happening, a much less significant amount. 10, 12 years ago, I just have an enlarged prostate. It is gorgeous out. I mean, the weather, everything, it's not even sunny. It's overcast in a nice fall way. It's like not totally overcast. There's like a little bit of blue up there and stuff. It's just like makes you want to go have a yard and a family big enough to play a game of touch football on Thanksgiving. This is an all-American day. What a great country we live in. What a beautiful place. Unlike China, we didn't just shit on everything. We shit on a lot of things, but we preserve places like this. I mean, after we finished exploiting the shit out of them, of course. You know, after we cut down all the trees and took out all the gold and everything and ruined all the rivers and dammed them and everything, we protect places like this. Just to be fair about the whole thing. It's not that we aren't China, it's that we're done being China. We finished being China a long time ago. What? I don't even remember those times. That wasn't me. Those were some ancestors of mine. I didn't do any of those things. America didn't do any of those things. It was those bad people back in the olden days. The reason I keep walking around is no matter how many times I don't have a cigarette, nor any butts out here, I still don't have a cigarette. And the reason is because I don't have my pack of cigarettes. I can remedy this situation. No matter how many times I pat my pockets, and I assure you, I've patted them many, many times, I do not have my cigarettes in them.
How is it possible?
How is it possible that I need to pat each of my pockets 50 times to determine that I don't have them in there? It's because I'm not really paying attention to the sensory world at all. I'm paying attention to what I'm saying. These important words of mine. How you doing, Rachel?
Good, I'm talking to my mom.
Okay, cool. That's what that was. I'm very cued in on Rachel. Because Rachel gives such subtle cues that when I walked in, I could tell that Rachel was not like full green light. Okay, something's going on here. What's going on? Are you okay, Rachel? And the answer is she's talking to her mom, which always stresses her out. But regardless, it was just like, oh, it's not that something not green light here. It's that you have something else going on, right? But she's so subtle about it. She's not going to make that obvious to me. No, this is mom. I feel you. I as the time from the intense feeling of I miss my daughter. I want to be near my family. As I get some distance from that, my only family, you know, and it's just me and her are really my only blood relatives. There's my Aunt Evelyn's still alive, but she's all the way on the other side of the country, and we're not really that close. But as I get some distance from the intensity of the feelings, I recognize that I have a lot of subjective attachments to a lot of different things. And it doesn't make sense to, you know, forsake all the positives of that I'm attached to right now in order to solve this problem that I had in the depths of ontological distress. I should never make any kind of, and I didn't try to make any decision then. We just opened up the possibility. Rachel, she likes things to either be meow or meow. She doesn't like things to necessarily be open, especially when she had a lot of, you know, she said she was the one who broached the subject of us possibly moving. I was sad. I'd watched some video about Los Angeles and feeling kind of homesick or something, and then the syrup I took, way too much of it, started to kick in, and I just went into this death spiral of FI. But I don't make decisions based on my FI. I understand that my feelings are transitory. Um, I I wouldn't have even brought up the possibility of us moving to the live stream. Rachel's the one who brought it up because it's more on her mind than mine because I've already moved past the likely, the stage where I was starting to ideate, well, how exactly would we go about doing this? I'm well past that stage into, okay, I've come up with a better solution here, which is, first of all, let's not rush into anything. And second of all, follow through on your original plan, get a job here, and settle into a life here for a year or two. It's an actual life. Because I feel like until this week, last week or something, I haven't really been living a life here. I've just been pretend retired, you know? I'm not I'm not engaged in the world here at all, except to go to this grocery store or stuff like that. So I think being integrated in the community, it's with some job and stuff, is critical to even giving life here a chance, and also being realistic that yes, it's true. Delilah doesn't answer the phone when I call her, and it's annoying because she doesn't like to answer the phone. She wants everything to be text because it's business. But I miss her and I want emotional connection. But I'm 54 years old and I'm finally coming to terms with my FI, right? She's also FI polar, but she's 27. So she's not feeling the FI in any kind of significant way. But I plan to say to her, like, look, well, just I want to make sure that someday, eventually, you don't have to go through the pain that I went through of having instances where your dad was trying to talk to you and you always want it to be over as quickly as possible, and then you feel horribly guilty about it later on. I don't want you to experience that. So, in order to not experience that at any point, just be a little bit more aware that my feelings are more active and fragile than yours in this relationship. And that's perfectly fine. It's not a critique of you at all. It's just saying protect your later self's emotions. It doesn't really hurt my feelings per se. Like, I don't expect her to want to talk to me. And when she does talk to me, she always seems very happy to chat with me. She never like she's not like, oh God, can we get off the phone as quickly as possible? Unless she's doing something, right? But it's not my role anyway to have a huge role in her life at this point. She's in her late 20s. She's with the guy that looks like she's gonna marry, Alex. They've been living together for a while now. She doesn't want to integrate me a whole bunch into her life. I shouldn't want to integrate a whole bunch into her life, and I don't. It's like I need to have my own life that's satisfying, and then have a healthy relationship with my daughter. When I'm feeling mental health issues like depression or something, uh, it'll grab onto, oh, I miss Delilah, I want to talk to her and stuff like that. But that certainly doesn't mean I should move. I would have just as much trouble getting in touch with her if I lived right next door, I'm sure. And the other thing I got to remember with Delilah is she has got a lot of other family that is demanding time from her, like Candace's family, her biological mom, her biological grandmother, um, and then her cousins and her aunt Christina, it's like she does stuff with all that family all the time. So she's more important to me in terms of family because I got a smaller family, than I am to her in terms of quantity of family. But I know for a fact that she and I have a closer relationship than she has with any other family member. I'm not worried about that at all. She is a daddy's girl, and I am a daughter's dad. And it's fine for me to feel emotional about this sort of stuff. It's certainly not a call to action, right? It's natural for me to feel these healthy kind of sadnesses and experience them because they're not indicative of a problem, right? Depression is distinct from sadness in that depression is indicative of a problem. You don't feel motivated to do anything. You just fixate on negative thoughts, etc. But what I'm going through right now is just like, oh, thank God. I feel like I can actually process things without it just linking to a whole shebang of catastrophically bad stuff, What a wonderful mushroom trip. What a wonderful drug mushrooms are, for me anyway. They're, as I was talking about earlier, they're the one drug that I have the absolute most healthy possible relationship with. I didn't always, but I learned to respect mushrooms and that they would respect me. And every time I take them now, I have a good experience. Not all of them as transformative as this one maybe is. Most of them not. When people talk about like magical drug stuff, usually DMT stuff, I just roll my eyes and whatever. But mushrooms, I'm sorry, they are magical. They're not just for partying at all. Sometimes they are. I mean, they're what you need, right? If you need to party, then that's what they're for. Where are those frogs coming from? They're coming from our yard? So maybe I'll put. I probably want to get this pond going now too. Coming from, I think, inside the shed somewhere. He stopped. He stopped just making noise. Let's listen. I don't think you're gonna get any mates inside of there. I think he's inside of this thing. Well, must not be stuck in there because if he could get, I doubt he like came in the brief moment when I had the door open. So if he could get in there, then he could get back out. It's possible he got in there in the brief moment that I opened the door to feed the birds and stuff earlier. But that seems unlikely. I'm going to assume that he can get out of there. Frogs, they can probably smush themselves down pretty flat too, I'm guessing. They seem kind of smushy. You know, what's crazy is like rodents, rats, and stuff. They can get underneath very small cracks, even though you think there's no way a rat could get underneath that crack. Well, they're coming down from the mushrooms, slowly but surely. And man, what a wonderful, wonderful trip. So yesterday was one of the best sports days I've had in a long time. It's it makes it just fine that there's nothing really I want to watch sports wise on today. Hi, Ruben. If you just got here, Ruben, you missed a very special episode of Talking with Famous People. Eric had some epiphanies, did some crying, talked about important things. I think it was Alec T who said, and I really appreciate this. I think this is a great compliment. I was saying like, oh, well, around here, one of the issues with this is a channel that people might want to go to or something, is that you never know what you're going to get. It's going to be just random whatever. And Alex T said, well, what you're going to get all that's consistent all the way through is honesty. I thought, oh, that's a great compliment, man. And I am pretty transparent. Frog pond plus attracting bats is awesome. We have bats. I don't need to attract them. Sometimes when I'm out at night smoking on the walkway right there, a bat will fly in the walkway. I think because lights are on, maybe it's attracting the bugs or something. That might be it. But I've had them fly by me in the dark too, so I don't know. We definitely have a sizable population of bats around here. I don't know where they live, but they only the only time I see them anyway is sunset. They might come out at sunrise too, but I don't remember ever seeing them then. Adopt a bat? If a bat were to like be injured on the ground, using gloves to deal with it, I would try to nurse it back to health, I guess, if it weren't too badly injured. But the thing is, bats have rabies a lot of times. I don't want to get rabies. Do you know that? Yeah, I just wear gloves. I'd wear leather gloves that I was confident were thick enough for it to not bite me. Because just because rabies is a big problem for me doesn't mean rabies is a problem for the bat. I think bats they have uh, they have some kind of remarkable uh, double system of double corrections. Like they have one of the most amazing immune systems in all the animal kingdom. I don't remember all the details of it, but yeah, it's not like a dog. If dog has rabies, you just got to put it down, right? Because um, because even if you try to keep it alive, it'll never go back to being a regular dog. But not with bats; they're just carriers of rabies. How's the shroom sitting there? Coming down. I had an amazing trip. It was really transformative. I don't normally um, have mushroom trips that I feel a lot of personal healing or something from. But this one for sure I did. I felt like I came to some really good insights. Etc. It's a wonderful trip. Talked about how I should deal with you differently in part of it, and how I was being unfair to call you a liar, just based on that. And I was being too legalistic, like when it wasn't the appropriate way to evaluate that. But I talked about you as being an example of dropping ashes on the Buddha, this Zen koan, and how that Zen koan is not informative, but it's similar. It's like, what do you do if you're a Zen Buddhist, and every day somebody comes into your temple, and they don't cause any problems or whatever, but they just smoke a cigarette and they their ashes on your statue of the Buddha. And that's the question. So the analogy here is, what do you do with somebody who repeatedly is crossing boundaries? Now, presumably in the Zen koan, like, let's pretend anyway, there's a sign that says no ashing on the Buddha. In this context, I was pretty explicit, like, you're crossing not just my boundaries, but boundaries that you shouldn't cross with anybody, etc. Establishing those boundaries clearly enough. What do you do with somebody who, as a Christian, what do I do with somebody who keeps coming and dropping ashes on the Buddha, and with apparent cotton in his ears? And I did say, also, that if you are a troll, you win. I am successfully trolled. I don't think you're a troll. I think you're an authentic person who believes what they believe. If you are trolling me, you win. You fooled me. Regardless, so it's really a question of, the answer is always, ideally, forgive them, Father, they know not what they do.
I like that you recognize that you don't have diabetes.
Oh, yeah, I don't have diabetes.
Yeah, that's good news. I gotta tell my parents, actually. I forgot to tell them that.
So, yeah, I witnessed part of my very transformative and like healing mushroom trip was recognizing that I haven't been very fair to you, and I've just been bristling because you are continually crossing boundaries that have been clearly established, right? So it's not as though I've been unclear about my boundaries, saying that's my business, not your business, etc. But you continue to cross it anyway. What does one do with such a person? In the Zen koan, the idea is, well, as Zen Buddhist monks, you're not going to use any kind of force. You don't want to say you're not allowed here anymore or anything like that. You want to find a solution. And in the Zen koan, the solution is, the monk should go smoke a cigarette and drop ashes on the Buddha with the guy to show them I don't know why. But of course, that would not be equivalent here.
People would be like smoking on it.
Yeah, well then at that point, why even care about it having ashes on it in the first place? Which is, I guess, the point of the koan, right? Which is why even care about it in the first place. Well, but I don't like that explanation here, because the equivalent would be me agreeing with you and saying these are things that I'm doing that are offending God, and that doesn't make any sense. So
I don't like when he says that, like, marijuana is offending God. Like, it's such a small thing.
the thing to remember is it's just something he's made up. Even within his own frame of reference, which is the Bible, it's not referenced in the Bible at all. There's no mention of smoking pot anywhere.
Yeah, I don't think so.
So it's just something he's made up, or he's projected from his own experience, right?
Can I have a suggestion for dinner, maybe?
Dinner?
Yeah,
Sure.
like rice and chili.
You want me to cook rice? Sure.
Yeah.
I could do that. No problem.
With chili.
Well, chili just is open in a can.
Yeah.
And then you could just heat that in the microwave. So, I mean, I can heat them. Yeah, sure, I can do that. I can do those things. I just was, obviously, I don't really have to cook the chili, you know. It's just, but
It
but
seems
I-
easy. I'm glad it's easy because, like, that's what I'm craving.
all right, good. I will make it right now.
Thanks. You're the best. I love you.
Thank you, darling.
My mom says hello.
Hi, Mom. This is my preferred love language, acts of service.
Thanks for doing that.
I'm always happy to do things that make Rachel happy. Because it's my number one love language that I speak. It's not the love language I want to hear. And I think people don't talk about that enough with love languages. The one you want to speak is not the one you want to hear. Right? So, because I'm doing acts of service for Rachel, it doesn't mean I want her to do acts of service for me. In fact, when she does, I just say thank you or whatever. I don't even see it as an expression of love. Really. I see her, the number one thing that I see as loving from her is sex, I guess. But she has a lot of words of affirmation, but I think I sometimes assume I might assume from my FE's frame that they're intended to, it's an interface thing, like it's intended to prompt a response of some kind. Absolutely, darling. I'm thrilled with the amount of sexual intercourse we have because it's exactly the amount of sexual intercourse I want to have.
Yeah, it is. I like that.
And that's exactly what I want. The nice thing is this, Rachel, is that it's like when you can segment off different parts of life where each party gets to be selfish, right? It's very helpful. Like, you get to be a little selfish on the cooking thing, right?
Yeah.
I do most of the cooking. If you really crave something, that means I'm going to cook, which means I'm also going to clean because I have to clean up my previous mess. And that's all well and good. Nobody cares. I'm not keeping score or anything, right? This is my love language. It's how I like to show you that I love you. At the same time, I get to be unselfish in this area. You get to be unselfish in areas too. One area in particular. No, we definitely don't keep score at all. We're not keeping track of. We're not utility people, right? We're both TE unconscious. We're not paying attention to another person in terms of their utility. Keeping count of how many times you've been useful. I mean, what an incredible waste of time. What are you going to do with that information? Critique your loved one? You need to be more useful. Like my dad. No thanks. I'm no Dr. Strauss. I'm just regular old Mr. Strauss.
No, that's so cute. I thought that about you.
Thanks, darling. You could also call me Strauss-san.
Strauss-san.
Because san in Japanese means Mr. Or Miss. They use it for both women and men.
So I'm Rachel Strauss-san.
Yeah. You're Strauss-san. They wouldn't call you Rachel Strauss-san because first name is too familiar. Until you have to have this little like conversation about, hey, it starts like this. Hey, I'd like you to call me by my first name. And then you just hope the other person says, and I want you to call me by my first name. Or just says, okay, I'll call you that, Tino. And then the other person has to keep calling you Mr. Whatever. Japan's weird like that. Japan's very strange.
Okay.
What's that?
If we go there, you
Right.
would help me.
I wouldn't what you?
You would have to, if we go to Japan, you would have to help me.
We're not going to Japan.
Thank you.
It doesn't matter where we go, Rachel. Obviously, I'm going to have to help you. You're TE polar. It means you wanted me to help you figure out how to make a salad last night. Right, that's TE polar, darling. If I is fortunate, my love language is acts of service, right? Because you do need me to help you with things a lot. And that's fine. I like to help you. Makes me feel like the man, you know?
Oh, I love you. Thank you for feeling that way, because you are the man.
It's true. I had one of two possible options in this relationship. And it turns out I was the man. Okay, rice. It's been a while since I cooked rice. This will be exciting. Nice change of pace from the non-rice things I've been eating. I don't think I'm going to hardly eat any of this anymore. I still have mushroom fullness. Let's see. 2 cups of water for 1 cup of rice. One cup of water. I'm trying to get a meniscus. Because I don't really have that many opportunities in life to use the word meniscus. Thought I might as well take advantage of it now. If you wanted to taunt me, you could say, you call that a meniscus? That's no meniscus. I guess I normally put the rice in first and then the water, which is a better way to do it. Because this just looks a little weird. You see, if you put the water in first and then the rice, you get this. That's where TE comes into play. TESI. Remember, next time.
Like, even when it comes to making peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, like, the ordination of, like, what goes first, the peanut butter or the jelly, like, I don't know.
Rachel, obviously, often, first, what she'll do is she'll try to spread peanut butter on air. And then she'll realize, wait a second, I need to get a bread first. There's no order. That's such a TE polar example you gave me, because it doesn't matter what order the peanut butter and jelly go in.
No, like, some people don't like it. Some people like the jelly first on the bread, and some people like the peanut butter first on the bread.
Okay, well, even if that's the case, it's still not TE, because you're just fulfilling somebody's preference. You're not. There's no ordination necessary except for that arbitrarily stated ordination. So the ordination that's necessary in a peanut butter and jelly sandwich is first you have to have the bread, and then you have to spread onto the bread, and lastly you push the two things together. Though,
Do you put the jelly? Okay, so I like to put the peanut butter down first. And do you put the jelly on the peanut butter, or do you put it on the bread, on the other piece of bread?
oh, that's a good question. Well, I would probably. Okay, if you're gonna put, you're right, Rachel. There's a lot more TE to a peanut butter and jelly sandwich than I was thinking. You're right. Okay, so if you're gonna put the peanut butter first, then you have the option of putting the jelly on top of the peanut butter. There's no way you're gonna put peanut butter on top of jelly, right?
No, right.
Right, but you could spread jelly on top of peanut butter.
Yeah.
But it's not physically possible to spread peanut butter on top of jelly. But you could spread the peanut butter on bread. So obviously the thing is, if you were to spread the jelly on one piece of bread first, then at that point you're locked in. You have to spread the peanut butter on the other bread. Okay? You see what I'm saying? Let's say.
Okay, so I'm laying down the peanut butter down first.
Well, what I'm saying, imagine a scenario where you first put the jelly on one of the slices of bread. Okay?
Yeah.
Now you have no choices.
You put the peanut butter on the other side.
The other slice of bread, yeah. You have no choices in that situation.
Yeah,
Now,
you don't want to.
in option two, you have the peanut butter first. Then you have a choice. You could put the jelly on top of the peanut butter, or you can put the jelly on the other piece of bread. Now, the thing to remember is this: if you have a preference for jelly on top of peanut butter, then all you need to do is flip your sandwich upside down. Let's say you prefer peanut butter on top of jelly, just flip your sandwich upside down.
I think next time we go to the shop, I'm gonna get peanut butter and jelly ingredients.
Yeah, sure. So put it on the list. Rachel's great. She keeps a list. And when I say, like, we need to grab now, she'll put it on the list. For some reason, I feel like I'm doing this wrong. This is like I cook rice.
You are on mushroom.
But it's like, it is 2 cups of water for 1 cup of rice, right? It couldn't be the other way around. This has got to be right. Anyway, I got it gonna go. I got it gonna go 8 minutes to a boil. Does that make sense now? At first you thought it didn't make sense. But now it makes sense. I got it gonna go 8 minutes. Happy November, says Rachel. I think Rachel forgets that sometimes that she's not near the microphone. But I'm not sure if she just...
Oh, I feel like people could hear me for some reason.
There's no way to be.
Oh.
I'm in the kitchen.
Happy November. Even though, like, November was yesterday, too.
As always, fantastic fashion sense.
Thank
The shoes,
you.
the socks, the dress.
Thanks.
I can't really gauge the hair tie because it's not in its prescribed location.
Yeah, it's mostly, like, functional.
If you're just including that hair tie as an accessory as a bracelet, I'm gonna say no on the hair tie as a bracelet.
It's for when I put my hair back.
Ah, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole outfit looks better without the hair tie on your wrist, I think.
Yeah, it really, scrunchies are very unattractive. Especially
because it makes sense to have a little color, a little pinkish beige in the back of your head. It's like, this is the front brown, and that's the back brownish.
Yeah, I mean, sort of.
But you wouldn't want, say, a big pink flower on the front of this dress.
Yeah, but it's mostly functional, like, to keep my hair back. I like hair ties better like this, like, because non-offensive on your wrists compared.
I mean, regardless, I was just making a joke. Obviously, on your wrist, it's there because you're not using it right now. Yeah. Somebody should invent hair attacher hooks that go onto the front of those pockets right there. These little hooks that you can attach your scrunchie, your hair circle. Good idea, huh?
Yeah, it is.
So people who would possibly use that, namely women, don't like the idea of the functionality of little hooks on the front of their clothes to put their accessories on.
I like your functionalities.
Thanks, darling.
You're welcome.
I have many different functionalities.
Yeah, you do. I think that you should take the lead on the camera.
Okay. She's a little faded. She had a couple of drinks, I think.
Yeah, I'm just
Weed
feeling
drinks, I mean.
shy. You know, like, I don't know.
Sure, that's fine, darling. That's fine. You don't need to justify any further than that. I'm sorry I justified it any further than that. Okay, well, yeah, I did something wrong because that's a rolling boil. It does not need to boil any 2 more minutes than that.
It's so weird that, like, you're cooking in the time and it's like odd things are happening.
Alright, so now put it at 22 minutes. I don't know if this rice is going to come out right or not. I don't know I can't think of anything I possibly could have done wrong. It's just, it's looked odd, the whole process.
That's so weird.
Could just be the mushrooms, I don't know.
Hey, witness, that makes me sad.
Every witness wants us to follow him and his lead, right? He likes to call that something else, like God or Jesus, but we've already established that he can't cite anything biblical to support his claim. It's his frame of reference. Yes, I did take mushrooms, and it was wonderful. It was very different than the last mushroom trip, which was also wonderful, but this one, a lot of insight about myself, there was, there were a few tears shed. And hopefully it will prove to have been transformative. But one only knows if one's transformed sometime after the transformative experience. It felt like transformation. It was kind of a TI unfriendly reframing of things. Look, I can't even hate those idiot selves I was before because they weren't malicious. They were just malicious, and they weren't informed enough to even qualify as malicious. They were just idiots. So I can't even hate them. I just shake my head at them, and maybe if I'm feeling like Jesus, feel sorry for them. But I'm the guy who learned from their mistakes. Those people are not me. They're old Erics that no longer are, that still are, to the extent that they still are and persist in my memories as permanent fixtures or whatever. Then they have ownership of their bad behavior, not me. And I'm not gonna pay the consequences any longer for the things those previous idiots did. I've suffered long enough for my connection to all the SI things. Every SI memory of something I did was very freeing to think, that wasn't me. That was this old person that hadn't learned anything yet. I'm much wiser. I'm much more concerned about things that matter a lot. I'm much less callous. I'm much more aware. I don't like the idea of saying, well, you did the best you could at the time. I don't like that. But I do like this. That guy was such an idiot. Why would you expect anything of him? I like that. Slightly different framing, right? A more important framing, a better framing. Because it allows you to separate from those past bad mistakes. Sure, I'm not saying individuals don't retain ownership from their crimes and liabilities they've incurred and stuff. But this isn't one of those kind of situations. This is an exercise in ontological health, right? And my dysfunction, it has been hating myself, loathing myself, remembering everything I've done, bad thing, either social mistake or actual fuck up or whatever, and hating myself for each of them. Except that's not me who did those things. I'm the guy who has been through the ringer, experienced actual trauma, come to understand the importance of all these functions that I before were just too oblivious to even think about, etc. I'm that guy. I'm not the guy before who, it's like I had to go through these horribly wrenching experiences, transformative experiences. So why do I have to retain ownership of the people that didn't have to go through that? Yoda was wrong about that, by the way. Lots of things in life, you cannot go straight from nothing to completion. You have to try and see. Like I had to try the bad dentist to see. I need to go to the good dentist instead. Whom I didn't like his TE. I didn't like his ENTJ-ishness. But I respected it then, and I still respect it now. A lot more than I respect that ESFJ dentist disaster. Who? And keep in mind, I'm not blaming him for the failed screw getting infected. He just, he has a whole, yeah, I don't even want to get into it. I don't even want to talk about it. Just make me irritated. Disassociating the best part of mushrooms, no doubt. Well, I don't think that was disassociation. I think it was an intellectual, it was an epiphany in terms of that I can do that intellectually, and I can separate my current self from past selves in terms of ontologically, etc. But you could call it disassociating myself from my past selves. I guess when you said dissociation, I thought like dissociative drug. So never mind. I retract my objection. I was interpreting that word wrong. Oh my God. What a gorgeous sunset. I'm not a big looker at things, but Tigger, please. That's my pot of honey. It's got like 3 sunsets in one. I bet it's even better over here. I should go over there. My number one concern is because I do feel like, obviously, like, oh, thank God this log jam has come undone, and I can feel things again. Well, the camera really doesn't do this justice at all. It's crazy looking. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bands of different color, orange and pink. It's an amazing. Crossing with the autumn foliage is just like, if I wasn't streaming, I'd take pictures of it with my front camera. Still photos, though, you know. Probably I get still not adequate results. But wow. What a wonderful place. I definitely don't want to move. That's what that whole FI explosion, exploration, whatever, ultimately reveals to me is that it allows me to kind of think about my feelings. Mushrooms help too. Yeah, I miss my daughter. That's not a reason to move back to Los Angeles. I could talk to her more. Yeah, she's trouble to get on the phone sometimes, but I'm not that persistent. I could persist more. If I get a job bringing in, if I get a job bringing in $3,000 a month, we should be able to live here indefinitely. the drawdown would be so. It would take a long time to draw down. You know. Of course, I'm not really sure how much money Delilah's spending. I don't think much. I think she's always been much more responsible financially than me and Rachel have been. But I don't even really feel the need to blame myself for that anymore because it seems like from the moment my dad offed himself till now, so like this week, I've been in this weird state of jumbled mess, you know. For a while it was depression, and I thought, oh, the depression's over because I felt more or less better. But I really feel, who knows how I'm going to feel, you know, tomorrow, next day, whatever. But I feel empowered by a second chance on life, you know. Okay, cool. Let's actually make a life now. Let's actually live our lives in the moment, in the present, what me and Rachel want in a real healthy way, and not just what we what we want to lick our wounds, you know, which is just doing a lot of indulging and stuff. But that's not to critique that, right? It was necessary. It's a necessary part of licking our wounds, the way that we lick our wounds. And there was something that I wanted actually to say to a witness, which was I forgot to say it, which is even if you're right that my ideal state in terms of linkage to godliness did not include weed or did not include cigarettes, for example, even if you're right about that, that's not the same thing as saying God wants me to stop. Certainly not the same thing as saying God wants me to stop now. People have a lot of different, you call firefighters in life, being shopping or gambling or various things that are typically thought of as vices, and they can have a healthy relationship with their firefighters or an unhealthy relationship with it. So it might be the case that God would ideally want us to always have a healthy relationship with everything, but it's also the case that God wouldn't advocate telling that somebody to stop doing something that they genuinely need for some reason, right? And the hubris of you thinking you know not just what my ideal state is, but what God wants me to do right now, that is really something you need to think about, right? You're passing a lot of your your mouth's writing checks your faith can't even begin to cash. And that's giving you the all the best rules for you, you know? Because it's one thing to say, in an ideal world, one is closest to godliness without intoxicants of any kind, mind or mood altering substances. One thing to say that, right? It's quite another to claim that God wants me to quit doing that. because that's just ignoring individual distinctions, needs, differences between people, and the necessity of an individual relationship with God if you're going to have one at all, right? That God wants what's best for me, assuming no sin. And sin, by which I mean wickedness, rights violation, exploitative stuff, abusive stuff, right? And maybe there will come a day when God and I determine it's time for me to quit smoking pot, right? For you to think that you know what you know better than God what it's time for me to do is appalling. You should. I want you to really reflect on this. If you, I don't know if he's here or not. I want him to really reflect on this and think: is there something I can grow from here? I don't know if there is or not. I've afforded him the status of not troll. So if he is a troll, he can continue trolling for quite some time before I reevaluate that status. But if he's not a troll, then ideally, at some point, it starts to make a little bit of sense to him, right? It's fine to universalize God's negations when they are rights violatory. Like, thou shalt not abuse people, do violence, etc. That's universalizable. Thou shalt not commit adultery, universalizable. Things like, and the reason is because they violate rights, promises, contracts, whatever. And so they universalize. But a behavior like smoking pot, even if it were the case that it was advised against in the Bible, it doesn't qualify as a sin. And it's not the case that it was advised against in the Bible. But I suspect this kind of moral reasoning, not even moral reasoning, it's just simple, obvious pointing out of things. But I guess it is moral reasoning. Actually, I take that back. It is moral reasoning. Even though it's within his God frame, still probably beyond him. Or maybe he's resistant to it or something. I don't know. I'm trying to, hi there. I'm back here. I am reading things now. I didn't have my glasses. Even if I did, I was on a soliloquy. David Burzoda 9933, welcome. And how are you? Intoxication is so much a part of what it is to be human. We've been tripping as long as we've been around even before. No, I'm not disagreeing with you, David Bird. I'm just gonna call you David. I'm just saying that even if we want to, like, I'm trying to deal with this guy who's positioning smoking pot as contrary to God's will or whatever. And I'm saying, all right, well, let's concede all of his frames of reference, and we can still make obvious distinctions that make it such that even if God would prefer in an ideal state that I weren't smoking weed, that's not a reason to conclude he wants me to quit, right? Because people have complex relationships with things, and various things are dependent on other things, and God understands that we are frail and incomplete human beings who sometimes need to rely on habits and crutches that, if you were to evaluate things in a vacuum, like, I'm creating a character from scratch that has all these wonderful attributes and none of the bad things that go with it. Well, then that's fine, but that's not reality, right? And I'm not actually conceding there's anything wrong with smoking pot at all. I'm just saying within his frame and according to his everything, he still doesn't make any sense. Your brain feels fried. Well, I've got good news for you, psychic. Guilt. I just call you guilt. Um, your brain feels different every day. I know because I hear you report on it every day. So it'll pass. It is wrong to smoke the seeds. Don't smoke the seeds. They'll just explode. And worst case scenario, they'll blow your bowl out of the bowl. So the part that's not seed will get blown out by the explosion of the. Oh, the rice is done. Okay, now that that rice is done, I'm going to heat up some chili. Now, because we're real Americans, our chili, no beans, okay? No frijoles, thank you very much. This is America chili. In America, we don't put beans in chili, all right? Get it through your head, other countries. Oh my God, Jed, I think there's a bean in my chili. We must be in France or California. There you go, chili. You were a bit of a struggle, but I got you.
You did.
How long do you think a big jug of chili takes to heat up in the microwave?
I don't know. It should say on it, shouldn't it?
I didn't even think to look. TE feels like a joy kill on my shoulder, stopping me from enjoying life for the sake of living instead some vague idea of utility or success. Well, I wouldn't say my relationship with TE is that bad. I I like it in its appropriate lane. I think it people I don't like TE uh, TE mission creep, right? Where TE people think, yeah, I can use TE for everything. Everything's evaluated by cost and benefits. I don't like goals. G, goals. O, only goals. A, all goals. L, love goals. S, some more goals. I don't like that. The Dodgers are live right now, and the press is covering their landing at LAX. Oh, I kind of want to.
Exploding?
Oh, yeah. Now I got a microwave to clean up. Well, it didn't really explode, but it is hot enough. Now, do you want me to? Do you want me to mix it together for you, or do you want to choose how much chili you want per rice? Let's even see if this rice came out properly.
Can I have it mixed, please?
Sure. I'm trying to get the proportions right. So of course, you want to get exactly the right amount of chili per rice particle.
Yeah. Per rice particle.
I always, when I start thinking what rice is called, I think something else before grain. What is it? Actually, this rice is, I'm not sure what happened.
It's not.
It's fine, I think. It looks okay. I don't know what I did wrong. Isn't that how I always make rice? 2 cups of water, 1 cup of rice. 8 minutes for it to come to a whirling boil. And then, bada bing, bada boom. 22 minutes to get over the moon. This seems a little bit too heavy on the chili. So add some more rice here. Maybe a little.
Is it gonna be enough for you?
Hmm?
There's enough for you.
I'm not eating. I had mushrooms, so that means I'm not hungry. Why does that matter?
Thank you.
I didn't want you to have to make something just for me. I'm happy to make something just for you, darling. I'm happy to do so.
Thank you.
Let's see. Well, I do want to watch the Dodgers land. Are they taxiing right now? They haven't gotten out of the plane yet? As long as they haven't gotten out of the plane yet, then I still want to watch this. Oops. If they've gotten out of the plane already, then I don't want to watch this.
It was a great series.
Oh, it was such a good. People are saying it was best World Series maybe ever. Best World Series they've ever watched in their lifetime.
Right? Really?
People are saying it left and right, and it was. It was an amazing series. It was much better entertainment than the Dodgers Yankees World Series, even though that was bigger name. Like obviously,
Yeah.
Dodgers Yankees has that magical like wow Dodgers Yankees, but this series was way more entertaining.
It was evenly matched.
The only thing anybody remembers from last year's World Championship is Freddie Freeman's bases loaded grand slam.
Yeah.
But besides that, it weren't a lot of big things to remember. But this World Series, you've got Yamamoto winning.
Hooking up that tug, which is going to pull that airplane into its final resting place.
You got Yamamoto winning 3 games in the World Series.
Wow,
Okay.
bananas.
Remember, you only need 4 to win the World Series, and he pitched 3 wins in the World Series. 2 of them, he was a starting pitcher, and the third one, he got as the last line of defense that I just put in yesterday. And I cannot speak highly enough about the moves that Dave Roberts made. He seemed like a prophet the way he made those moves. he put in Pajes in center field right before he made that catch. Like, he's like, no, I want a stronger arm in center field. I'm gonna put Pajes in there. Bang! Pajes makes this catch that if Edmund had been in center field wouldn't have been made. Dave Roberts, manager of the year for sure, in my opinion. It's interesting. I guess the Dodgers take Delta. I wonder if they have the whole plane to themselves, or if they have other people on regular people on the plane too. They probably have the whole plane to themselves, I guess. They have a lot of people. Yamamoto, wow, what a pitcher. Yeah, what a pitcher. He is amazing. He did that yesterday on 0 days rest. You know, he didn't have a single day between the last time
Wow.
he started.
That's
And
incredible.
I heard this lady say, and I thought it was a good way to put it. This World Series gave us almost 8.5 games.
Mm-hmm.
Almost 8.5 games of World Series. Normally you can only get 7 games, but with you add in the game 3, you get 8.5 games almost, and plus this extra innings. More like 8 1/4. But you know, she was being poetic. You think Game 6 is controversial? I don't believe in your controversy at all. Okay. First of all, it was stuck underneath the thing. It doesn't have to be so stuck that he can't pull it out. It just has to be stuck like it didn't care him, you know? But I get it. You're a Toronto fan or something, and I gotta say, first of all, congratulations if you are a Toronto fan for a great season. Your team was fantastic. They looked like the better team throughout the World Series. Without Yamamoto, the Blue Jays probably sweep us. Oh, wait, it looks like people are getting off. It looks like people are getting on. What's going on here?
No, it's like they're busing it. You know, they have like a little car to direct it. They're still parking it.
I
It's the
thought,
longest like thing ever.
oh, this is the plane.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Not this one.
So
Well,
once the Dodgers get off this plane, they're going to get on those buses and they're going to make their way.
this is what it's like, even if you just take any flight into Los Angeles.
Great.
You
Good representation.
You taxi for a long time, very slowly, and you're like, what are we doing? We've been on the ground for like half an hour already.
Mm-hmm.
It's not as bad as Dallas. Dallas has incredibly long. It's very big, right? So they have these really long taxis, and then when you do park at a gate, it's probably nowhere near where your luggage is. So you have to get on a little car to go to where your luggage is.
Oh my gosh.
Dallas Fort Worth Airport is just too big. I mean, I get it. They gotta be big because they got these big planes and everything, but I don't like having, oh, well, you need to get on this shuttle, this diesel burning shuttle to go from Terminal A to Terminal C. You can't walk it because it's like miles. I hate diesel burning airport things. The smell of diesel burning at the airport makes me feel immediately carsick.
unimpressed with the amount of diesel oil that it took to get Taylor Swift to flying places on her jet.
The amount of what? People are upset about the amount of oil she uses?
Yeah, like the amount of.
Oh, yeah. People who. That's just an argument they make about various famous people or celebrities to critique them and saying their carbon footprint. Fuck off. Fuck off with your carbon footprint shit. That's all I have to say about that. Everything people do, everything that people do is carbon producing. You can't say like stop producing carbon is like stop doing stuff. You have to have a more correct mindset which says if this is genuinely a big problem, carbon in the atmosphere, then we need to figure out a more effective way to sequester it. Just like when cities became overwhelmed with poo and pee because people were pooing and peeing, guess what nobody said? It's you, you're pooing too much. You need to poo less or pee less. No, what they did is they solved the problem with sewage treatment and sewers and stuff. They didn't tell people to poop and pee less or yell at them. You poop like 5 times as much as the average person. Why are you keeping track of my poop, motherfucker? Where did I put my bong? This is a mystery.
It's in the kitchen.
It's in the kitchen? What's it doing in there?
I don't know.
Did you go into the kitchen? Did you sneak off into the kitchen to get yourself a snack? Is that what happened? Oh, here they come. They're going to come out of the plane now. At least they got the stairs up there. What's crazy is, this is over LAX. They've given permission for a helicopter to fly right there in order to film them coming off of the plane.
True.
It is not easy to get permits to fly like that. They are doing a lot of adjusting at LAX for these guys to come in on their plane. This is great advertising for Delta. This cops going up there looks like they're going to rush the terrorists or something. We're just checking to see, are you the Dodgers or are you a bunch of terrorists? It's okay, everybody. It's just the Dodgers. Like you're already at the airport. What do you need cops there for?
There's 4 of them.
Somebody's gonna overcome all the airport defenses to bother the team. Yeah, you got a whole squad out there. we got. Who wants to go?
So theatrical.
The police department's like,
we're doing our job here. Very important.
who wants to go work security for the Dodgers airport? Maybe they're not cops. Maybe it's.
I don't know. They have badges.
Yeah, they look like cops.
Dodgers. In moments, we're gonna watch them get off of this plane.
Please,
Come down,
I hope it is.
Who are those people over there?
Before they did, you can see them up in the top of the screen. Their loved ones are walking towards them.
Oh, their loved ones. So the LAX is letting these random people just walk onto the tarmac. Like, what accommodations they're making for the Dodgers.
Seriously.
I never have seen any random people just walking along the tarmac at LAX. At first I thought it was like a ghost image, like must be from something else, reflected on there or something. Hanging back from the Because it's the airport, dumbass, not because of his ability. He says as zoomed in as he can be. He says, "Who's that guy?" Everyone's like, are you a Dodger?" No, he's just a guy.
Awesome. Everybody on cloud 9 watching the Dodgers come off that plane.
Where are the loved ones? Oh, they put a red carpet out. They got their loved ones back there. I guess where you can't really see them.
A literal red carpet for the Dodgers here at LAX as they deplane. They touched down moments ago, taxied over here, have the red carpet laid out, and they're being welcomed back as celebrities, as they should be.
Alright, anybody who's not a Dodger, get out of here real quick because we're going to come out pretty soon.
If you were watching last night, you saw lots of people celebrating across Los Angeles, all kinds of ways, lots and lots of fireworks, people getting out.
Now, this is genuine enthusiasm from fans. If people want to watch them get off of a plane, hopefully they'll wave.
I believe it goes through downtown.
And they're taking a long time to get off. If I were on that plane, I'd be so impatient. Like, will you get me off this plane already?
To Dodger Stadium, where the players are headed, no doubt to celebrate even more.
You know why they go back to Dodger Stadium? Not to go back and celebrate anymore, because that's where they park their cars. So they don't have to park at the airport, and then the Dodgers
Those buses you see
bus them to the airport. You know.
Dodgers.
This helicopter guy has gotten a couple of things wrong. He said the reason they're away from the airport is because of visibility. No, it's because you're a helicopter filming things at the airport. Other planes have to come in and stuff. They don't just shut down the whole airport. Like, why would they say stay further away because of visibility? Oh, visibility's low, maybe someone's going to hit you? Well, you're a helicopter hovering at the airport where planes come in to land and take off all the time. So that's why I told you to go farther away. And then he just said they're going back to Dodger Stadium in the buses to celebrate some more back there. No, they're not going back to Dodger Stadium to celebrate. That's where their cars are parked.
Their cars are parked.
I mean, it's true. Otherwise, why would they get on the buses? Their cars were at the airport, right?
You're right.
They'd be, I can't get on this bus. My car's here.
Yeah, we're waiting to see who's going to carry that World Series trophy off the plane.
Oh my God! Stop.
You can't even hardly see. He can't tell who's who.
Who's who? Like you can't tell who's who at all.
That's somebody, and then that guy,
Let's
he's
take
someone.
pictures now, so it's a team, I guess.
It's just the helicopter's too far away, zoomed in all the way, but you can't really see the features of the people very much.
How can you tell? They all are wearing the same outfit.
I think it's funny that you imagine them getting up the buses at Dodger Stadium and then partying some more.
They're going to though.
I mean, I'm sure they will be partying more, but probably not at Dodger Stadium.
So continuing to celebrate on that airplane with their trophy. Just what an awesome experience that must be. Back-to-back champions.
Like,
Been done in 25 years.
It's not like a bar or a club or something.
I don't know. They're gonna do champagne stuff probably. You know, and then the pictures of them celebrating, and then they go home.
Wait, so you think they reenact celebration at Dodger Stadium?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe. It seems to me that the idea of pouring the champagne and everything is like, woohoo!
Coming off that plane.
I know, but I think they
maybe you're right. What do you guys think? Is it possible that when they get off the buses, instead of just all getting in their respective cars and going places, that they're going to go reenact a champagne pouring thing at Dodger Stadium?
Yeah, with their loved ones.
With their loved ones.
Yeah.
What do you guys think?
That's why their loved ones are there too. They're getting driven to the stadium to go party.
How the Dodgers won the most championships? Now, have the Dodgers? No, I think the Yankees are still way up. Did you know your every thought is exiting your lips? Well, yeah, if I'm talking, then all of my thoughts are exiting my lips. If I am thinking in my head, then none of my thoughts are exiting my lips. That's the difference between talking and not talking. If you're talking steadily and expertly intuiting like I am, there's not really any distinction of there's some space in your head where you think about things and then talk it out, unless you say, hold on, let me think about that for a second, which I do plenty of times, but that's when somebody brings up something I haven't considered before. This is weird, bud.
Looks like Kershaw. Looks like Clayton Kershaw ending his career on an absolutely astounding note.
Yeah, you can recognize Kershaw. I agree with the helicopter guy in this one. That was Clayton Kershaw. But I still don't think they brought out the trophy. Who's that lady right there? She's like a stewardess, I see. And she looks happy. I don't know, she's like dancing in the doorway. Dancing in the doorway and getting filmed by the helicopter, probably without knowing that the helicopter's filming her, I'm thinking. Because so they're taking a long time to get off the plane. There you go. Somebody's saying, give him some hugs. See you later, plane people. I'm off. See you later. And then, who is it? I don't know. That might be Yamamoto. I don't think Shohei would be as physically expressive as Yamamoto. That's Freddie Freeman. Okay, I'll buy that.
Yeah, I'll buy that too.
At least in the identifying of the people, the helicopter guy not going out on any limbs. If he doesn't know, he just says nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But
that
when
might be your pictures. Now the guys are starting to come off a little quicker.
wow, they're really coming off the plane now after coming off very slowly at first. Now they're coming off right.
Must be in the blue hat looking down. Oh, there it is, Ohtani, of course. Ohtani carrying the World Series trophy. Who else would have that honor? It could be Yamamoto, yeah. Yeah, that hard to tell from so far away, but absolutely awesome. I wouldn't be surprised if it was either one, Yamamoto or
I hope it's
Shohei
Yamamoto.
Ohtani.
It could be
Your
Yamamoto.
son's favorite player on the Dodgers?
But I mean, it depends. It depends if you say like, Who's most responsible for the World Series as a season? Maybe you give it to Otani. But I think that's Yamamoto, based on his haircut.
Push towards the doors, please.
He kind of like saved the day.
That looks like that's
Twice.
probably all the
I mean,
players.
without Yamamoto, I think Dodgers get swept or maybe have losing 5 games.
Clean up on this shot real
Yeah.
quick.
He literally won 3 of the 4 games that the Dodgers won. He won them with starting pitching
They're all meeting their
on
families.
2 instances. All right, they're all off the
You're
plane.
over
I can stop watching this.
Dodger buses are
No, it's fine.
That was fun. It was surprisingly fun and interesting.
Yeah.
I guess.
And, like, I'm so glad that we watched. Thanks for being patient with me. And you inspired me to like watch the last game. Like the World Series, this World Series was really fun.
Well, I mean, in an influenced kind of way. I don't know what that means. Meaning you're analyzing the TV, which can be construed as two fun bees having fun. Oh yeah, we're analyzing the TV. That's true. I don't know but that makes it influenced at all. It's like we're analyzing something regardless, even if it's just some abstraction. So you're saying influenced. Well, really what you're saying is you can either be talking about things that are relevant to the thing you're talking about or not. Otani barely showed in Game 7. I mean, Otani was a critical factor. Like, it seems like every piece the Dodgers had was necessary to pull out that series. The Dodgers needed every last effort they got out of every last player because they barely scraped that series out of the hands of the Toronto Blue Jays in every sense of the word. Blue Jays looked like the better team throughout, except Yamamoto. It's basically Yamamoto beat the Blue Jays. There was one game where Tyler Glasnow was a big factor too. Okay, he was the other pitcher who helped a lot. Snell was and Otani pitching was not that great. Wasn't horrific, but it was bad. So, I think you could say a few pitchers are what won that World Series for the Dodgers. Yamamoto, Glasnow, and that critical performance by, I think his name was Hines, in the 18-inning game, who was like, had only not very many innings in the major leagues, and had been added to the World Series roster for reasons only Dave Roberts knows, right? And he came out and pitched, I think it was 4 shutout innings in that 18-inning game when, the bullpen was, the staff was just running out of arms at that point, So I think there were a couple of mistakes that the other thing that won the Dodgers the series is Dave Roberts outmanaged that other guy. That other guy was always trying to, like, he put in too many like pinch runners and stuff that eliminated important hitters from games that ended up going longer than he expected, right? I think that was unwise. A little bit of extra speed on the base paths. You don't want to pull a hitter who is going to potentially get another at bat, especially if in regulation. But But he was playing like, well, we need to scrape a run across this inning, and then we'll be in the lead, and we'll just lock it down. I guess I understand his reasoning, but his decisions never paid off in this series very much. In the games the Blue Jays won, they weren't even really close. And so Dave Roberts managed an absolute masterpiece. I mean, just everything he did turned to gold. He puts in Pages, makes that amazing catch.
Mm-hmm.
He puts in Rojas at second that inning. He makes an amazing play. I mean, he made the play successfully at home. He it was a little bit closer than it could have been, maybe, but it was still a very good play. And a play the possibly the other guy who was there before wouldn't have made. I think it was Edmund, because Edmund was hobbled a bit, you know. He pulled the pitchers when he should have pulled them, except for Otani, who he should have pulled a little bit early in Game 7. But and then he stuck with Yamamoto when he should have. And my favorite image from that Game 7 is Dave Roberts after Rojas hits the game-tying home run. Let's see if I can find it. Show you anybody who's here. I don't know. I haven't looked at the number. I don't know if there's really anybody here or not. But let me try to find it anyway. What's it called? Right. Dave Roberts after game tying home run. Expression. Game tying home run 2025 Game 7 World Series. Let me see. I'll find it on YouTube. It'll be easier. Game ninth inning game tying home run. Miguel Rojas. Okay, so I don't even see the whole lot of bad. It's just let's show here. Alright, so it'll come up right now. I'll pause it and I'll show you Dave Roberts' expression of it. I like the no way. That's exactly what I said outside, I think. That one right there.
Yeah, where he closes his eyes.
Yeah, where it's like, it looks like something bad happened. But actually,
it's like
I don't know what he's thinking. It's just,
Mia.
yeah, he's got the Mamma Mia. Let's see if I can. Oh. Oh.
Dramatic, yeah.
Let's see if I can show it to the screen here. I liked it because it looks like an expression you make when something bad happens, but it's actually something good happening. Oh, he looked like a troubled lady when he did that. Oh. Anyway, that was an amazing baseball game. That was
Yeah, it
just
was.
absolutely amazing.
I think you're absolutely amazing.
Well, thanks, darling.
You're welcome.
I think today's been absolutely amazing.
So do I.
And I also think I'm about ready to end the stream. So thank you all for being here. And those of you who were here but no longer are, thank you as well. Even though you'll never hear this, thank you. And until next time, I wish you all the best and a little bit more. Love, Eric.
And Rachel.
And Rachel.